never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Just like that, lights, cameras, action, we're underway. And we're looking at, hey, believe it or not, it's already hump day. Yeah, hard to believe. That's a good thing about those holiday weekends. Yeah, before you know it, we'll be rolling into next weekend. Well, undoubtedly, first thing out of the box tonight we'll be chatting about is Elsa, which did actually make it to hurricane status. Minimal hurricane. Just barely crossing that threshold. Sustained winds, 75 miles per hour. But as I look at the sunshine stage, zooming in on the radar, a lot of rain, a lot of torrential rain. There are tornado watches in place pretty much for the entire southern two-thirds of Florida. As the outer bands swing in, that's always the concern with these tropical systems. You had a strong band push through the Tampa area in the past hour. Had another strong band pushing through Bradenton, Florida. Got rain, showers, torrential rain stretching all the way down to, we'll see, from Golden Gate Estates, if you're familiar with the terrain there in Florida, coming in on obviously the Gulf Coast side. But again, the rains to Bradenton up into Tampa now. Rains, actually, lighter rains, all the way reaching up almost into the Daytona Beach area. The strongest shower thunderstorm activity back toward Tampa. Supposedly, this thing's going to actually make landfall sometime here early Wednesday. Here's the breakdown over the last several hours. Some of the updates from our friends at AccuWeather. Predicting Elsa will make landfall Wednesday morning near Cedar Key, Florida. The storm is expected to retain its hurricane status, sustained winds of at least 75 miles per hour as it approaches the coast. This does not mean other areas along the coast are out of the woods, though. Tampa's going to get hit pretty hard, according to AccuWeather's chief meteorologist. After making landfall, Elsa's projected to track onto the northeast, eventually swiping the northeastern portions of the USA. We're going to be talking about this thing for several days, obviously. In the state of Georgia, Governor Brian Kemp issued an executive order declaring a state of emergency this past evening as Elsa barreled toward the coast of Florida. Southeast Georgia is going to receive a glancing blow here. This storm has the potential to produce some destructive impacts to our citizens through the central, southern, and coastal regions in the state of Georgia, according to the order. Due to the possibility of downed trees, power lines, and debris, Georgia's network of roads may be rendered impassable in some of the affected counties. Isolated residents and people that cannot access some of the essential public services. That move, just as they upgraded it to a Category 1 hurricane. All right, let's see. As the center of the storm was just off the western coast, sustained winds hit that 75-mile-per-hour mark. That's just 1 mile per hour above the minimum wind speed to be considered a Category 1 hurricane. As of a couple of hours ago, I believe this is somewhere between 2 and 3 hours ago, it's about 100 miles south-southwest of Tampa. Of course, Elsa was briefly a hurricane before it reached Cuba several days ago. Strong winds from Elsa expected to create power outages across the Sunshine State. And the utility companies already taking action. Florida Power and Light tells AccuWeather that they have trucks on standby at the Sarasota County Fairgrounds. This is just a portion of the trucks that are prepared to act across the state. We've got more than 7,000 personnel prepared to respond to power outages. I saw some of the footage there, hundreds and hundreds of power trucks all stationed there at the fairgrounds ready to go. As of late Tuesday, about 5,000 customers were without power. I bet those numbers are already going up, especially from areas from Bradenton up toward Tampa. Ahead of the threat, some of the amusement and theme parks are adjusting their schedules. Walt Disney World in Orlando has canceled this past evening's performance at the Epcot Forever, and Happily Ever After at Magic Kingdom was modified, according to the Disney News. They'll have reduced rooftop fireworks. Tinkerbell's not going to fly. That would have all happened several hours ago, though. This was from like 5 hours ago. No announcements concerning what will be transpiring by Wednesday night, they tell us. Busch Gardens, located in Tampa Bay, closed at 4 o'clock this past afternoon. And right now they expect to reopen at the noon hour today. That may have to be adjusted, though. All right. From our friends at the Weather Channel. Let's see. This was just the 11 o'clock update. So in the past hour, Elsa's now just over 50 miles southwest of Tampa. All right, so it's moving north at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. Those hurricane warnings continue for areas near the west coast from Tampa northward to Steinhatchee. Is that the way you pronounce it? Steinhatchee, Florida? Not familiar. So that means hurricane conditions are expected, including Tampa, St. Pete, and Cedar Key. Then you've got the tropical storm warnings extending from the Everglades to inland parts of northern Florida, even southeastern Georgia, and now the entire coast of South Carolina. That includes Marco Island, Naples, Sanibel Island, St. Simon's Island, and Charleston. Tropical storm conditions, that's winds of 39 plus miles per hour, going to continue to spread northward to those areas through the day ahead. Then you've got tropical storm watches extending north along most of the North Carolina coast. Tropical storm conditions could spread into the North Carolina watch areas as we look toward Thursday. But bands of heavy rain and gusty winds continue to spread up the Florida coast. These bands also could produce isolated tornadoes at times. In the past hour, they had a wind of 54 miles per hour reported in Sarasota. All right, and again, tornado watches in place for much of Florida through the overnight hours. Right now, the tornado watches are until 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Other parts of the Southeast, including Southeast Georgia, the coastal Carolinas, Southeastern Virginia, will see some impacts from Elsa later today and into Thursday and Thursday night. Even the remnants of Elsa could then brush parts of New England, southeastern New England, probably on Friday. As far as impacts are concerned, most of the impacts, rain, wind, coastal flooding, storm surge, and tornadoes, are going to be along and to the east of the center of the system. Storm surge, here's what they're telling us right now. Inundation expected near and to the east of where the circulation center tracks. Hurricane Center says surge could reach the following levels if peak surge arrives, especially during the time of high tide. Could be talking a surge of 3 to 5 feet above ground level along Florida's western coast from Inglewood to the mouth of the Osceola River. That would include Tampa Bay. That would cause the inundation of some coastal locations in Tampa Bay, similar to what we saw back in November of last year. That was Hurricane Eta. The typical trouble spots could have several feet of water in some of the bayside streets. Storm surge 2 to 4 feet above ground level along Florida's western coast from Bonita Beach to Inglewood. That includes Charlotte Harbor. Storm surge 2 to 4 feet possible along Florida's Big Bend coast from west of the mouth of the Osceola River. All right, so other areas, they're talking 1 to 2 feet of storm surge in some of the Panhandle regions. Clearwater Beach, high tide. Actually, you've got the high tide at 12:03 a.m., so right about now, actually, and then the high tide later this morning would be 10:07 a.m. Eastern Time. For Cedar Key, Florida, high tide is at 1:44 a.m. this morning. So right about the time this thing's going to be really close, you could see some of that pretty significant storm surge there at Cedar Key. High tide later today, then at 12:16 later on this afternoon. Rain, lots of rain. We're going to see 3 to 6 inches of rain. Some areas may see up to 9 inches of rainfall. That's for the Florida Keys, southwest, and western parts of Florida. The rest of the state will see generally 2 to 4 inches of rain, locally up to 6 inches possible. Southeast Georgia and South Carolina's low country could see 3 to 5 inches of rain. Local areas possibly up to 8 inches. Coastal areas of North Carolina into southeastern Virginia, we're talking 1 to 3 inch rainfall totals. Locally, maybe up to 5 inches of rain. So there we go. Eta did indeed make it to hurricane status. And Cool Breeze, I knew you'd give us a live report from the Sunshine State, first out of the box. Hello, Cool Breeze.
Hello there, Mr. Sommers. How are we tonight?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm hunkered down to let the storm go on past. It has briefly touched into hurricane status, but we're only talking about between 70 and 75 mile an hour. I mean, when you're running 70 mile an hour down the road, the difference between 70 and 75 is just not that much. If you can picture that, That's how fast the wind's blowing. But it's going to be mainly a lot of rain, a lot of wind event, and everything was exactly right. What you were just talking about is going to come in up by Cedar Key. It's presently passing Tampa Bay area. just 30 miles southwest. And it's going to be a rainy night, rainy night. And it's going to go right on up into, after it crosses into Cedar Key in the morning, it will go on up and through Georgia, through South Carolina. They're predicting on up and even through North Carolina up in that way. So if you're on 95 over there or 75, either one, consider just stop and take a break, and it's good sleeping weather. Don't get out there and fight. The rain squalls can be horrible. That rain comes down so hard that you'll turn your windshield wipers on full blast, and they're not going to keep it all off your windshield. You can't see. And most people down here, the streets are empty. Everybody's hunkering down for the storm. And it's going to be mainly a tropical storm, though. It did gain hurricane status briefly, but it's as it strikes the land, which the center is still out. It's still out there in the Gulf, so I don't think it's going to go back up to hurricane force before it comes in again. It's going to be mainly a tropical storm event, Steve.
Mm-hmm. So, what part of the state are you actually in there, Cool Breeze?
I'm actually right in Tampa.
Okay.
I'm in Tampa, and I'm actually not far from Busch Gardens. That's the theme park that I talk about being near.
So how are your conditions now? Is it kind of windy out there?
There's not a lot of wind right now. I opened the door briefly about maybe 20 minutes ago, and it was coming down in big drops. But I could see out there right now, it's just about stopped right now. So it's a pulsating thing. It comes down hard for a little while, and then it'll stop for 5-10 minutes. It's going back and forth as the feeder bands to the storm are passing through. Yeah.
Now, I don't know how far off the coast the radar reaches, but everything appears to be on the, as you said last evening, everything's on the east and north side of the strait. I don't see anything back on the western side.
There's really not. I mean, it's all feeding off of the heat of the land, and it's feeding off of the moisture in the atmosphere coming off of the land a lot. It's the center. The center is like 50 miles straight southwest from Tampa right now, and we're catching the feeder bands from it. And you're right, there's nothing to the west out there, so it hasn't really made the full circulation as in a healthy hurricane would be. And it's kind of sheared off, and it's just going to be a rain wind event.
Yeah, there's no eye per se. I mean, you can see where the center of circulation is, but it's just like it's a half circle on the east side. There's nothing on the west side, so. Yeah, interesting.
And they are concerned that on the coast that there's going to be that 2 to 4 foot surge, but that's going to be just at the beaches and such. It's not really going to concern that much here in Tampa Bay.
Now, I know Florida. Everything down there is really close to sea level anyway. So I mean, if they said 2 to 4, if you got a 4 foot storm surge, how far inland could that impact? Is it going to go in a half mile or some mile or?
Well, I've seen predictions which I think they're exaggerated a little bit, but the people that are out on the beach, that live on the beach, or you have a condo out on the beach or something like. If you're up on the 3rd or 4th floor, you're probably okay. But if you live down in the bottom, which they generally put for the parking garages down in the bottom, that's what gets flooded. But as far as going inland. It comes up into the bay, the Tampa Bay. When you look at Tampa Bay, there's huge bays here, and there's big bridges crossing the bays down here. And you could cross down on like Courtney Campbell Causeway. It's actually at ground level. And if there's a storm like this coming in, you can see the waves crashing up, and sometimes the salt water's coming right across the road.
Okay, all right. Well,
but it doesn't come that far inland.
Good times there in Tampa. I mean, I saw a report that said, for nearly a century now, the Tampa Bay area has been, for the most part, they've avoided a direct hit from hurricane strikes. And, some locals believe the reason could be chalked up to a supernatural force, according to our friends at AccuWeather. But yeah, we'll share more on that coming up here. But I appreciate the live report there from Tampa, Florida. Hunker down.
Live for the Steve Sommers overnight drive. I'm proud to do it, Steve. Cool breeze. Check it out.
All right. Have a good night. If anything further develops, feel free to dial us back up. All righty? Thank you much. There you go. It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, I see there's another face in the screen there. Yeah, Scotty came down for the 4th of July. And has been spending been staying with my son, Stephen and Lauren. And I said, yeah, you want to come over to the secret bunker tonight and check out the studio, see what we do live, kind of like Double R did this past Friday morning. How we doing there, Scotty?
Just another day in paradise.
That's his famous quote, another day in paradise. So you're off for how much longer? Did you take a whole week off? Or?
Yeah, I took a whole week off. I got to be back to work the 9th.
Okay. Now, you got to remember, you got to get real close to the microphone when you talk, because otherwise they won't be able to hear you. But let me see here. So who are you driving for these days?
Small company in Wichita, Kansas called Metro Express.
Okay. I mean, you've been through several different...
I stayed with the company for about 8 years there in Wichita, pulling tanker, and got away from the Teamsters, and then I was at CFI for years, went back there for about
That's
a year.
the one I couldn't remember. You know, that was the... Yeah, we were CFI is the one I remember you working for years. I had one of their, you gave me one of their trucks and all that.
Yeah.
Then the tanker thing. And so this is just a small company, like a mom and pop operation?
Yes.
Half dozen trucks or something?
We got 70. It's
70. Oh,
yeah.
That's not a small company.
It's small enough they know your name.
Okay.
And like I said, it's like 8 miles from my house, not a far drive, home every weekend. You know, really, really good place. Like I said, after being with a company with 2,000 trucks, it's nice to be somewhere where
you're more than just a number.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So we got a load heading to Tampa. You want to head on down there?
No, I've done told the boss man I'm not going back to Florida.
Hurricane or no hurricane, you don't like going down to Florida.
I prefer the western part of the country. Utah, Nevada, California, Arizona, Washington, Oregon, up in that area.
Yeah, for those that have been on our cruises over the years, Scotty's been on almost all of them. I think you missed a couple of cruises over the years, but you've met a lot of the listeners out there, over the years that have been with us on the cruises. Scotty's going to hang out with us here tonight. So, we'll be chatting, talk some trucking, talking Hurricane Elsa, all the latest developments. We'll see who all's checking in coming up here momentarily. Let's get a quick time out in here, though. And more of your calls ahead. You want to jump on board? Lines available at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, jump back into it here. Let me flip over. Who all checking in? Horse Feathers, of course, first out of the box. On Facebook, that is. I think he's on call. He's on hold as well. Oh, Lord, it's hard to be humble. Yeah, I remember that one. It's up on these old trucking songs. Scott checking in from Steubenville, Ohio. Kyle's with us this morning. Morning, Kyle. Todd checking in. Monty Python, morning, Your Honor. Mary Ann, Southwest Ohio, in the house this morning. Richard checking in from Central Florida. 79 degrees, waiting for Elsa. Rodney checking in from Hot, Kansas, I believe it is. Kevin, greetings from Northern Illinois. 78 degrees, fair skies. Thank you to the truckers. Thank you, Steve. Let's roll. Let's see. Morning, everybody, from West Monroe, Louisiana. That's Michael checking in. David, the app's messed up. Keeps going back to music. I'll double check on that. Sometimes if you're just not in a good reception area. Let me see here. Howdy, 75 degrees in northern Kentucky, a little foggy. Got a pretty sunset tonight in my part of Ohio, thanks to the wildfires out west and even in Canada. All right, several people saying the app is kind of glitchy. All right, so I'll flip over and see what we can do to reset that. Don't know why it does that from time to time, but apparently it does. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Now, let me jump on up here, back to the phones. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. The Android app seems to be all right. I've had that on, kind of monitoring it since I saw it there. That was a YouTube post, and I did a YouTube post because I don't do Facebook, of course, as you know. So, but anyway, I got the tablet going here. So because I was having a bunch of trouble trying to use the app on the phone, the iOS app on the phone, and then I try to call you and then go back, and then the whole thing would be screwed up between the phone and the radio and the app, and I don't know. It just got to be more hassle trying to use the phone to try to listen to stuff than using the tablet. So I switched over and hooked the tablet to the radio there through the Bluetooth connection, and so that seems to work better. And so if I want, I can be annoying and I can turn the radio up and have us playing in the background while I'm trying to talk to you. But I always try to turn the radio down there so you don't get that background interference and all that there. So, but because that's just about annoying as a listener to have the callers there have the radio turned way up there, thinking they're going to listen while they're talking and all that. But anyways, that's long, and you've harped on that forever there, and I think the bozo did too. That turn the damn radio off while you're talking to me. But I don't know how annoying it is on your end there, because I'm sure that throws your timing off completely. Not that we don't have the second delay or whatever it is that in between now on this connection we have here on through the internet. But anyways, yeah, oh Lord, it's hard to be humble. I figured that was going to be the one that Knucklebuster was going to do there. You know, that I think that was one of the ones that he likes there a lot. And I figured for the 5 hours of horse feathers sing along, I thought Knucklebuster was going to call in and do that one. But you know, I don't know what happened to that show there. I have to get on Chris and Kyle and Josh a little bit, see what happened with the development of that. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, I just heard on the radio here a bit ago on my way in on the news. Did you hear anything about Penske Logistics taking over Black Horse Carriers? Is that on your radar anywhere?
I in my trucking headlines, I did not catch that. No.
All right. Well, maybe it was actually on a terrestrial thing here, because they had an advertisement on for drivers, and part of the ad of looking for drivers, they mentioned that Penske Logistics took over Black Horse Carriers. So I don't know if you can Google into that a little bit, find out some more, but it sounded like some pretty good wages there. And the Black Horse they were advertising for is about halfway between Lancaster, PA, and Reading, in a little town called Denver, PA. So probably a few people know of that. It's right on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and US 222 is the crossroads, and it's a decent little area. It's nice countryside. If you want to, if somebody wanted to move to that area or live out in that area, if you like the country, it's nice country. You don't have to get too far out of the little area there to go and be out almost in the middle of nowhere. So, but other than that, I don't know, not a whole lot else other than that going on there.
Well, the headline I see as far as Penske Logistics to acquire Black Horse Carriers, that was like back in December. So that's okay. That's like old news, Horse Feathers. That's 6 months ago.
Well, the new part is the big advertising, because they were offering jobs from anywhere up to like $22 or $23 an hour there, and go home every day, and also home the way Black Horse works. I think if I remember right, weren't they a carrier for all these foods? I think they do a lot of all these foods as well as some other stuff, but I think most of their stuff is just one day, or maybe out and back the same day, or maybe be out one night, but it seems like a decent rate of pay and all that. So I don't know. It's, as I say, I just didn't know when it took over, but they're advertising for Penske to be in a hiring position here. I guess like everybody else in a hiring position, but if we ever get rid of this unemployment plus $300 a week that we keep handing people to not have to even go out and look for a job while they're getting it, So state of Maryland there, the governor got overruled, as I told you the other night there, and he's got to. Now we're going to keep handing out the federal money there, so your tax dollars hard at work there, keeping everybody home. I don't know how we're supposed to get the country back going again if we're paying everybody to sit home and not do nothing. But
we're into July now, so they got July, August, and sometime in September. That's as far as at the federal level, that's going to end.
Yeah.
Eventually, they'll have to go back to work.
So what are they going to give the rest of us, all the rest of us that haven't ever stopped working? The rest of us all been out here, working, doing our job, keeping the country going. And, what are they going to give the rest of us now?
They're going to give you a normal paycheck.
Yeah, normal paycheck or a tip of the hat. Oh, hey, thanks for working through the entire COVID pandemic. All right, we're up to news break time, bottom of the hour, and lines available, plenty of room for you. Want to jump on board, it's 844-844-3388. There is some weather elsewhere around the country, and all eyes are on Elsa, but we'll break down what else is going on. We do have some showers, thunderstorms, and parts of the northern tier of the country. Michigan, back into parts of Wisconsin, northern Iowa, some pretty robust thunderstorms rolling through your neck of the woods. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki. New data from the CDC shows that the Delta variant of the coronavirus is now the dominant strain in the United States. Delta now accounts for more than 51% of new infections in the country, with some areas in the Midwest harder hit, seeing up to 80% of new infections attributable to Delta. President Biden says the fast spread of the strain will hopefully be a motivator for people to get vaccinated.
It seems to me it should cause everybody to think twice. And it should cause reconsideration, especially young people who may have thought that they didn't have to be vaccinated, didn't have to worry about it, and didn't have to do anything about it up to now. But the good news is that our vaccinations are highly effective. Fully vaccinated Americans have a high degree of protection, including against this Delta variant.
This is USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it. I did reset. Well, I was talking to Horse Feathers there. Looks like everything's operating correctly now. So, I'm sure you'll let me know if it's not. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you. Jump on in at 844-844-3388 as we roll. You know, he didn't even do his thing. He forgot to say, hey, Mike.
What day is it?
What day is it? Yeah, it is.
What day?
Yeah, he forgot that. Shame on you, Horse Feathers. That's a first. I mentioned talking to not Horse Feathers, but Cool Breeze there. That for nearly 100 years, Tampa Bay's been pretty darn lucky. The most recent near miss occurred when a much weakened tropical storm, Eta, ETA, made landfall about 130 miles north of Tampa last November. That's been our story for nearly 100 years now, according to the executive director of the St. Petersburg Museum of History in a conversation with AccuWeather, that the hurricanes are headed right for us and they just veer off course. As they say, for centuries, the Tocobaga tribe, I believe that's the way you pronounce it, the Tocobaga tribe inhabited the coastline of Tampa Bay, surviving on a diet consisting mostly of fish and shellfish. The tribe began dying off due to war and disease brought by a Spanish explorer and some of his men in the 16th century. Although the timeline is not really clear, the tribe had been completely wiped out at some time before 1800. Large burial mounds remaining from that civilization are still present today, they say, with the oldest one located overlooking Old Tampa Bay. However, only a few have survived the development the area's undergone in modern times. A lot of people think the mounds could be providing some sort of supernatural protection from hurricanes. Technically, Irma did make a direct hit on part of Tampa back in 2017, although it was more of a glancing blow from a weakened hurricane. The storm did weaken to a Cat 1 while making its closest approach to Tampa Bay. Now that, referring to the storm strength of Category 1, it had dropped considerably. It was a Category 5 storm at one point in time, but it did cause lots of damage. Irma was a Cat 1 when it passed east of downtown Tampa. Tropical force storm winds that were stretching out over 300 miles. That's what caused so many power outages and damages there. So again, even with just tropical storm force winds, you can really mount up some power outages. I did pulled up Power Outage US, and Florida's not even really on the list as far as power outages are concerned at this hour. That may be changing through the overnight hours, but pull it back up here. Yeah, believe it or not, most areas with power outages tonight are up in the Northeast. New Jersey, where you've got more than 84,000 without power. I think you had some of those fairly significant storms rolling through this past afternoon. Michigan, where we are seeing still some thunderstorm activity tonight, or more than 43,000 without power there. Pennsylvania, New York, all with about 20,000 in the dark, according to Power Outage US. I mentioned Michigan right now. Yeah, that's why you're seeing so many power outages. You saw some pretty significant storms moving through areas from Lansing to Holland, Michigan earlier this past evening. All that action is up further to the north now, from just say to the north and east of Saginaw, all the way up to Traverse City. Eastern portions of lower Michigan, you've got some pretty significant torrential rains falling there. Looking up from Big Rapids, a cluster of thunderstorms. Some pretty decent cell going to be crossing I-10. Then you got rain, run-of-the-mill rain from Cadillac to Traverse City. Yeah, pretty heavy rain on I-75 in northern portions of lower Michigan. From there, showers extending up into the UP as well. Then some clusters of thunderstorms from Green Bay there in Wisconsin. Rains all the way back to Rochester, Minnesota, then down into northern portions of Iowa. There's some pretty decent storms impacting areas from Mason City over to Storm Lake. Ida Grove, you're going to see a cell pushing through there in the next hour or so. Pull up some of the advisories. Yeah, not seeing anything reaching severe levels. There's one severe storm over there in eastern portions of lower Michigan. So aside from that, it's all about Florida tonight. And I'll keep an eye on things where we can track if we do see any tornado warnings. That's the thing with tropical systems. At any time, these tornadoes can briefly spin up. They're normally not very long-lived, but all it takes is that one touching down. It can do a lot of damage in a very short amount of time. All right, let's see. Back to the phones we go. Shaky, I believe, is on the line. Hello, Shaky.
Boy, say, Steve.
Hey there.
Doing all right this morning?
I'm doing just fine, yeah. Happy hump day. Midweek already. Can you believe that?
Well, I don't know. I go back to work tomorrow night. So
okay. You're still on.
We ain't started yet.
So what's going on?
Hey, well, that horse feathers called in. He's talking about that black horse and hauling for Aldi's. I was an owner-operator, and I hauled for Aldi's for like since about 94, I guess it was, 25 years, something like that.
Uh-huh.
And Black Horse was one of our biggest competitors for the company I was leased to, but I quit. I parked my old Peterbilt and took me one of them high-paying union jobs. And the people that run the warehouse now, that was for Aldi's. Now I'm over at Kroger. And I'll be damned if Penske Logistics doesn't run the warehouse at Kroger's. And now Black Horse hauls the milk for Kroger's. And I've heard when they said that Penske bought out Black Horse, boy, I started getting nervous.
So that perked your ears up a little bit, huh?
Yeah, I'm thinking, well, are we about to get kicked out of here and Black Horse come in here and start hauling everything? And I got me a spotter job out there. Well, I work 3.5 days a week, so I was like, well, damn.
Yeah, I think you're okay there. Nothing to worry about. I mean, that headline was from like back in December and January when that whole thing took place. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, like I said, they've been, the company I'm working for now, they've been losing stuff left and right. So I don't know. I'm starting to get a little worried, but thank God I still got my old Peterbilt sitting out in the driveway. So if worse comes to worse, I can always jump back in it and go back to work. So it's paid for. So it ain't costing me nothing sitting out in the driveway.
Good deal. Well, everything else going all right out there tonight?
Oh, yeah. Sitting here at the Village Bar and, where it's always beer 30. And just listening in and sitting back, relaxing. Nice, quiet night here in the neighborhood.
Yeah, so you, I got your message last evening. I guess you had a bunch of guests over and you had to kick them all out of the pool or something.
Yeah, well, you'll have that every now and again.
Right. All right. Yeah, we've had some decent pool weather in recent days, so.
Yeah, I was out there in the pool earlier this afternoon, matter of fact. Felt pretty good.
Where is Edinburgh, Indiana?
It's in between Columbus and, it's pretty much just probably 5-10 miles north of Columbus, Indiana.
Okay. Gotcha.
Or 30 miles south of Indianapolis, whatever you want to call it.
Bingo.
But I live in between the 76 and the 80 mile marker.
All right.
On 65.
Well, good to have you with us. Thanks for checking in, and don't be a stranger there, Shaky. All right, looking at about 12 before the hour. It's 844-3388. Get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Right now, a quick break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So several days ago, the concerns in southern Florida were the potential for a tropical storm or hurricane maybe impacting the areas where the search continues. They're at the collapse location. Now, they've pretty much got lucky. Now, I think they're going to probably ultimately, they will see some rain out of the storm system there, but shouldn't have any concerns about the winds and whatnot. But the update this past day, it's not, obviously not looking promising. Even late Monday, the mayor there was saying we are still in a search and rescue mode. But officials overseeing the search this past day say things are really beginning more and more increasingly somber. The prospects of finding anyone else alive, they have detected no signs of life in the rubble. The death toll officially now, I guess, at 32. They've recovered 32 bodies, in other words. With noise from power saws and backhoes in the background, the crews searching the debris for the 13th day. Weather did kind of complicate their efforts. Wind and rain, some of the outer bands from Elsa were pushing through the Miami area this past day. They've been looking for any open spaces where people may still be found alive. But we're now in nearly 2 weeks into the disaster now. We're actively searching as aggressively as we can, according to the fire chief there. But he went on to say, unfortunately, we're not seeing anything positive. The key things, void spaces, living spaces, we're not seeing anything like that. While they're still calling it a search and rescue operation, families of those still missing are just pretty much, prepared for the news. At some point in time, they'll get the official word that their loved one's body's been recovered. I think everybody's going to be ready when the time moves on to the next phase. They stress the crews are going to use the same care as they've been using as they go through the rubble, even as the focus would shift from searching for survivors to just recovering the deceased. You won't really see a difference. We're going to carefully search for bodies and belongings, and we'll catalog and respectfully deal with any remains that we do find. No one has been rescued alive, really, since the first hours after the collapse, which, if you've lost track of time now, that was all the way back on June the 24th. And pretty much everybody was asleep at 1:30 that Saturday morning. All right, let's get back to the calls here. You want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. Would that be Gilligan?
Yeah, it's Gilligan. On a serious note, I like to send my family's thoughts and prayers out to those down there in Miami. Where that building collapsed there outside Miami, and of course those that be impacted by the hurricane. Well, I finally made it home this morning. You see, I think you shared it where I got arrested over in Coolville. I don't get it. I drive around town that bus all the time. I hand the sheriff or deputy one of my mason jars. Nothing ever happens. That's why I had some on hand. Well, for some reason they said I couldn't carry. They said it was for what they charged me with, transportation of alcoholic beverage with intent to distribute. I tried to explain to him it was for consumption only, not for distribution. But, well, thanks told the pappy there and those that contributed to the GoFundMe page, they bailed me out. Well, they impounded the bus, me and Maverick, Mary Ann, the kids, rented a U-Haul, headed feet on Cincinnati, had the turkeys in there for the turkey shoot, had a trailer with the bedding booth, everything ready to go. Even had 4 coolers full of old German beer. The German's going to be singing. Well, got the call, seen where Wade with Fly Rod was down there in that Kentucky jail.
Yeah, they never showed up anyway. I mean, yeah, they were in the joint. What the hell? So you didn't miss a thing.
Well,
Boink and Doink never showed up.
Well, the problem is he keeps on talking about doing 160 in that Camaro. I found out that was 160 kilometers. That wasn't 160 mile an hour.
Yeah.
But that was going downhill with a stiff tailwind. Well, I went down there. I said, I got some money left over. I was going to buy another bus with from the GoFundMe page. I was going to get down there and bail them 2 jokers out just so me and the big moose get a piece of them, right? Well, I walk in, and Fly Rod's there in their cell near where I'm walking in at. He starts yelling at the top of his lungs. He's wanted in Coolville. He's wanted in Coolville. Check Ohio. Check Ohio. Well, I turned to walk out. The sheriff, whoa, wait a minute there, buddy. Well, there was a warrant for my arrest, another arrest in Coolville. Is you aware that 6-inch mortars are illegal in Ohio? They're selling all the fireworks stands there around home. Could you believe that? I mean, what do you do? Well, Monday morning, call come in. I guess they go through the party, shut off my mortars, and drank up my moonshine, but then Maverick and Mary Ann done took the U-Haul and beat the feet back towards Colville. And they says, we have no evidence, we got to release you. I got news for you. Hitchhiking ain't easy these days. You realize that? If you tried to hitchhike here recently, nobody wants to pick you up.
Honestly, I've never hitchhiked, Gilligan, to be honest with you, but can you blame him? Who in their right mind would pick anybody up hitchhiking in this day and age? Are you nuts? I don't know if Boink and Dork are out of the hooscow yet or not.
We sure did enjoy the fireworks they confiscated from them, though.
Those were good.
Yeah.
We had one hell of a fireworks display, did we not?
We sure did. Glad we had friends in law enforcement that brought them to us and dropped them off. And, it's quite enjoyable.
That was weather was beautiful that night. Beautiful day there for the 4th of July. I think we had about a little over 80 degrees and comfortable night. Only had, I think we had two malfunctions. Yeah, the one of them blew out the side.
Right.
We had the cakes. One of them blew out the side, and I think Kara got a little nick on the arm from that one. The other one looked like the neighbor's house was about to blow up, but it was it was okay. So, not like it. Did you see the video of that U-Haul truck full of fireworks?
Whew. I tell you what, quite impressive.
That looked like a war zone, literally. Now, seriously, I mean, some of the residents there said whoever it was that were lighting those fireworks off were really being careful and doing it safely. And so police are searching for some thug that came by and actually threw a lit firework into the back of that trailer. That was an intentional act, a criminal act. Yeah, I'm not sure if anybody got hurt when that was all said and done. I mean, there were several fires burning around houses when the dust had settled. But
what was the thing said? They hope they took and paid the $18 extra for
the rental, for the insurance rental. That U-Haul truck is done. But I don't know. I don't know how much fireworks they had in the back of that damn thing. I mean, obviously fireworks are expensive. We had several $1,000s worth, and we sure didn't need a U-Haul to haul them.
No.
I mean, they must have been planning on doing fireworks for 3 days straight or something.
But yeah,
that was nasty. All right, we'll get to see. Jeff is on the line. Jeff, we got you coming up next there, and Knucklebuster on board with some kind of baloney this morning. Who else checking in? We'll get more coming up here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
New data from the CDC shows that the Delta variant of the coronavirus is now the dominant strain in the United States. Delta now accounts for more than 51% of new infections in the country, with some areas in the Midwest harder hit, seeing up to 80% of new infections attributable to Delta. President Biden says the fast spread of the strain will hopefully be a motivator for people to get vaccinated.
It seems to me it should cause everybody to think twice. And it should cause reconsideration, especially young people who may have thought that they didn't have to be vaccinated, didn't have to worry about it, didn't have to do anything about it up to now. But the good news is that our vaccinations are highly effective. Fully vaccinated Americans have a high degree of protection, including against this Delta variant.
This is USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
The fight over an infrastructure spending bill is expected to continue when lawmakers return to Washington. A bipartisan framework was agreed to last month, although there remains many questions over whether a larger bill supported by Democrats will be pushed through reconciliation. That's something that Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell vows to fight. At an event Tuesday in Kentucky, he said the two parties may be further apart on this issue than at any time in the past.
This is going to be a hell of a fight over what this country ought to look like in the future. And it's all going to unfold here in the next few weeks. I don't think we've had a bigger difference of opinion between the two parties over the best thing to do for America than we have right now. These are really, really different.
The bipartisan group of senators and the White House are working to build support for their $1.2 trillion deal. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, my Glendale's My Pillow, my slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
The author of a new book on the cost of health care says that doctors are often left out of the process when it comes to the bill. Tim Berg reports.
Americans consistently call the cost of health care their number one financial concern. That's especially true for the 155 million working Americans and their employers who are paying the highest costs of all. Americans pay about twice as much per person than citizens in other developed nations, and yet tens of millions of people are still uninsured or underinsured. USA Radio News had a chance to catch up with Marshall Allen. He's a reporter with ProPublica. He's also the author of a new book titled Never Pay the First Bill, How to Fight the Healthcare System and Win. And one of the things we discuss is how doctors are left out of the loop when it comes to the costs of procedures.
When it comes to the bills, the doctors really don't know what's going on. I think they should get more engaged. But really what's happening is the business side of American healthcare is piggybacking on the trust that we put in our doctors and nurses and other clinicians. We trust them to heal us, right? So then we don't think that the business side of the industry is going to prey on us and exploit us financially. But unfortunately, they're violating that trust that we've put in the doctors and other providers.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Not really seeing anything as far as new information in regards to Elsa in landfall predicted near Cedar Key, Florida. And they expect it to be Category 1, 75 mile per hour winds. That's what it's maintaining right now, which is pretty amazing as ragged as the storm looks. Not well defined at all. All right, we'll get to other industry headlines coming up here. Got the latest numbers, prices at the pump. Hey, what direction do you think things are going? Up. Bingo! Average price for a gallon of diesel continues to climb and did so over the July 4 holiday weekend. Latest numbers from the Energy Information Administration. Average price for a gallon of diesel right now is about 90 cents higher than it was this time 1 year ago. National average for diesel, $3.33 per gallon. All regions around the country saw an increase in prices over the past week. The Rocky Mountain region saw an in excess of 8 cents per gallon surge over the past week. That's a pretty big jump. So $3.33 for the national average. Looking down the line here, Midwest, $3.26, about $3 a gallon along the Gulf Coast. Cheapest you'll find in the country. You get out west, West Coast as a whole, $3.89. California checking it at $4.18 per gallon. It's costing a fortune if you have to buy fuel, if you fuel up in the state of California. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go. Hour number 2, off and rolling here. Jeff, I believe, on the line. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, Steve. Say I'm a first-time caller just last week. In fact, several of us from my group heard you and loved your show, love your delivery, and we decided that we'd like to talk to you about Tactical Civics, America Again. And my question is, have any of your callers spoke before about Tactical Civics?
Tactical Civics. I can't say I'm familiar. No, sir.
Oh, good. Then I get to do this right the first time, and hopefully I get it right. I'm here in Noble County, northern Indiana, and early this year I became a chapter leader here. And America Again is a Christian coalition group that about 12 years ago began this study about how America is being destroyed by our federal government. So we came up with a plan, or they did actually, and it's called Tactical Civics. And this plan is led by constitutionalists. We're not Democrats. We're not Republicans, not liberals. And this plan targets our elections, the borders, and many of our issues facing us these days. Plan itself, you can go to tacticalcivics.com and learn all about us. And we're about to launch a nationwide coast-to-coast campaign directed at truckers so that they could join, see the message, learn the message, and help us establish more chapters in America. Tactical Civics would like to reach out to you and discuss airtime with you so that we continue this discussion on your platform. Yeah, it's a lot to say. This is the first time I've ever spoken to a host, and jump in there with a question. I'll do my best.
So I'm pulling up the website here. I just pulled it up, and I'm
oh, good.
Tactical Civics, making militia and grand jury great again. So
correct.
The term militia gets used, and there's a lot of different militia groups I know that exist around the country. You know, many are considered somewhat extremist. I mean, when you say militia, what are you looking to do?
Militia is in the Constitution the only necessary body that our nation calls for, and it's one of the 7 duties, or it's used as one of the 7 duties we've given the federal government. But 160 years ago, they decided that we didn't want a militia for the main purpose that they could tell the federal government, no, you can't continue doing what they're doing, and has been only restored and maintained by individuals. Now, there are militias that are formed in virtually every state, in every county, because it's ordered by the Constitution. But because they don't want anyone bearing arms and coming up against them, they've gotten themselves a bad rap. But yes, it is part of the program because it's necessary to support our grand jury positions. We, the people, are truly the strongest body of this America, and it has been allowed to be watered down and pulled apart by prosecutors and judges that have their own agenda. And these facts are all brought out in Tactical Civics. There are several publications that you can read at any time, and that's what we're hoping to do. Call and get the word out and let people know about the failures that our educational system have done to not teach civics as it's supposed to be. We all know that civics says that you're the boss. That's the bottom line with it. We've appointed mayors and judges and our representatives, and let's go to our representatives. This is our first right and our first effort in converting and educating fellow Americans and patriots. I sound like I'm getting on a soapbox here, but as of the 2020 census, we were supposed to have over 6,400 representatives. Instead, we have 425 representatives and 100 senators that are leading this nation. Well, that's our first right is to change that altogether and get representatives back down to what the Constitution calls for, either 30,000, 40,000, or 50,000 in your district. And that's the representation you have. Back in the first Congress in, try to quote this right, 1891, when they convened, those current senators and representatives said that the Capitol building's full, and I think we're going to cap it here. So they capped how many representatives we're supposed to have. And we're only 6,400 off from that today.
Okay. Now, when the Bill of Rights was penned, the population was a whole lot smaller than what it would be today. So, I mean, you're talking House districts are not supposed to exceed 50,000 people. That's the idea, was to limit the power of Congress. But do you think they ever envisioned we'd have 330 million people living in this country?
Well, at the Constitutional Convention at that time, George Washington was the one that spoke up, and it's the only part of the Constitution that he did speak. And his opinion won unanimously, and it was, I'm looking for the word here, it was voted on by the Congress, the current Congress, and ratified, and it stopped there. Though there was everybody sent their ratification notices in, and North Carolina failed to get it in because there was a misprint in theirs when they were handwritten, so it never got completely to the floor to be voted on unanimously. So it's our first right to get that corrected and we have an additional 27 states now instead of one of the 13 to get it ratified. And at that point, then they have to restructure the entitled Capitol building, and we want to send those representatives and senators back to their own states, to their own representation, and eliminate all this special interest folks that are there in D.C. and just wipe it out. Bring the representation back to the people locally, and that's what they deal with instead of all the lobbyists and everything else that's going on there in D.C.
Boy, it sounds like an awfully large task you're looking to accomplish here, Jeff. But we got to get to a timeout. I'll share a bit more with the audience. Again, I'm looking at the website. Yeah, our republic has been the beacon of liberty and prosperity because of our inspired Constitution protected us from the power of political corruption, it says. But now, that highest law that we, the people, wrote is being increasingly violated by our servants, the elected officials. We, the people, have never enforced it, yet in the Constitution, we stipulate how it must be enforced, not by the servants whose offices we created by the law, but directly by we, the people, serving in militia. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15. All right, so they talk a bit more about the whole militia. He mentioned the first right. For those who are not interested in helping to restart militia in their county, we have the strategically powerful project called Our First Right. The first right in the original Bill of Rights is the only one that's not been fully ratified. We, the people, can finish delivering what George Washington promised, which was House districts were not to exceed 50,000 people to limit the power of Congress. This was the only subject that George Washington rose to speak about at the Philadelphia Convention. Small districts to limit politicians' power was so important to the founders that they made it Article the First in our Bill of Rights. They share a map that, okay, so that's what he was talking about. Based on the census for 2020, the population. New York should have 396 representatives. Ohio should have 232. And the map goes on. Lower populous states would have fewer representatives. But that's what he's saying. We should technically have, what do you say, 6,000? Something like that. This is how many districts each state should have, according to the Founding Fathers. Small districts allow Americans 31,000 small towns to finally have a voice in the House and the Electoral College. Small districts would allow the normal citizen statesman to run for Congress and win. It would break this corrupt big city machines that actually led the attempted stolen election of 2020. Congress can't stop us. They passed the Bill of Rights and sent it to the states. No constitutional convention would be required. We just need 27 more state legislatures to vote yes, and we restore the People's House, I guess as it was originally designed to be. This is not politics. It's real self-government. It's responsible action, finally completing what George Washington started in 1787. All right, so if you're interested, I guess you could learn more. Tacticalcivics.com. I'd have to learn more myself. But that's, again, just pulling up from the front page of the website. And we got a quick timeout here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, so according to the report I see here, going to get some sort of big announcement today. Former President Donald Trump will make a important announcement today. Something about his plans for a social media platform. Press conference starts at 11 o'clock Eastern Time this morning. Newsmax will obviously carry the event live from the Trump National Golf Club, Bedminster in New Jersey. Coverage will be anchored by Rob Schmidt. Quote, Mr. Trump will have a major announcement about social media, according to a source close to Trump. Since being banned by the media giants such as Twitter and Facebook, Trump's been rumored to be building his own social media platform. Another source said Trump plans to confront the big social media companies for their decisions to block him. So you don't want to miss the press conference, 11 a.m. Eastern Time today. Again, Newsmax will have it. I don't know if anyone else would cover it or not. I kind of wonder, will Fox News cover what he has to say? Yeah, surely the mainstream outlets, the CNNs, the MSNBCs, they had a chance they're going to cover what he has to say. All right, round the country, it's 844-844-3380. I just flipped over and I mentioned that there's tornado watches in Florida. And National Weather Service in Ruskin did indeed issue a tornado warning for southern Sumter County, Pasco County, and Hernando County. It's got central and west central Florida right now. It's one of these bands moving north at like 40 miles per hour. Radar is indicating the rotation there. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas in those counties. All right, but if you are in those areas, take shelter now is the word from the National Weather Service office there. It's only tornado warning we've seen since about 9 o'clock this past evening, so a lot of flash flood warnings, obviously getting torrential rain there in parts of Florida and even elsewhere around the country. Talking about the monsoon out west. Let's see, we had thunderstorms out there in New Mexico, got some flooding issues. Flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Let's see, that's, of course, you're going about back into the mountain time, so several hours behind us. I-40, you got flash flood warnings. If you're traveling I-40 between the 133 and 146 mile marker there, could see water over the roadways. Turn around, don't drown. That's always the message, right? Let's see. Hello there, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Was he whistling Dixie? I don't know. All that was, I thought a militia was for defense, but I don't know. I mean, every one of them I ever heard or read about, they all just want to do a coup d'etat there, right? Change the way of life there. Sound like some of that other junk on the other side there. And talking about that U-Haul blowing up, did you see that one about that car got struck by lightning 4 times? There wasn't nothing left of that thing, buddy.
Really?
I mean, it just, it's on the drive there. It says, watch a Jeep Grand Cherokee get KO'd by lightning in a terrifying video. That's pretty wild. I showed it to all of my daughters there, so
I know
they were pretty impressed.
You had sent me a link to it. I hadn't seen it yet, so I'm going to try to pull that up and take a look here. So it actually struck the vehicle and was rolling down the highway?
Yeah, absolutely. The guy behind him was filming it, and it was raining, and then you see that lightning hitting it, man. I mean, just like crazy, man. The car went completely dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, there ain't nothing left of that thing, man. That fried all electrical wiring and stuff in there. You know, the ECM.
Yeah, all the chips are fried in that one.
Yeah, and they ain't got no chips coming in, so you might as well just count that as a total loss there. Sad thing about that building collapse there, I ain't seen them talking about putting nobody in jail for all that. See, I mean, that's really sad. And it's like that guy in Memphis on that bridge there. They ain't gonna do nothing to him. They just don't prosecute people no more. I don't know why, but they don't there. So, I read where Demi Moore and all 3 of her daughters posed in swimsuits, bikinis, and all that stuff there. And I understand what Bruce Willis saw in Demi Moore, but come on, Demi, what in the world did you ever see in Bruce Willis, man? I mean, that's I believe she could have. Well, matter of fact, she got rid of him. She got something better, I think. I don't know. And then the daughter, Rumor, I guess that's how you pronounce her name. They were slamming her on some of that social media. She said, well, just don't follow me then. I agree with that. President Trump can he can put his social media out there, but I don't do social media with anybody. I don't have Facebook, Instagram, none of that junk. None of it. I just keep it off my phone. That makes me a lot better off there, right?
Yes, sir.
And to cover years up real thick, I'm gonna do this strictly for horse feathers. Oh Lord, it's hard to be humble when you're perfect in every way. I can't stand to look in the mirror. I get better looking each day. You take me out of here with that, because that's all my baloney for right now.
All right, that's all we can take. Yeah, that's all we can stand. Knucklebuster, thank you much. All right, news break time, bottom of the hour. Okay, several people said, yeah, the app is fixed. Good to hear. Thank you very much. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Hurricane Elsa is now making its way up Florida's west coast ahead of an anticipated Wednesday landfall. The storm strengthening late Tuesday into a Category 1 hurricane. The storm surge warning is in effect for Tampa Bay and other coastal areas, as the National Hurricane Center says the storm could push between 3 and 5 feet of storm surge onto shore. The storm is bringing strong winds and rain to much of central Florida, with tornado watches in effect in parts of the state. Elsa is expected to make landfall on the North Florida coast by late Wednesday morning. Forecasters say the storm will make its way across Florida and into Georgia by Wednesday night and into the Carolinas on Thursday. And the Republican National Committee was the victim of a cyber attack from hackers associated with the Russian government. In a statement Tuesday, the committee said that a contractor they work with was breached and all access from that company was immediately blocked. The RNC says none of its data was accessed. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Let me see here. Who all's checking in here? Buckeye Boy checking in. Just got back in Georgia after an incredible weekend in Columbus, Ohio. A wedding of my wife's nephew. Georgia right now, 74 degrees. Very humid. No rain just north of Atlanta at the home 20. But looking at the radar, it's coming our way. My wife got to experience a Macedonian wedding ceremony and reception, as the bride's family is from there. And I got to tell you, I've catered and or been in charge of anywhere 350 to 400 wedding receptions in my life. And I've never seen anything like this one. Yeah, very non-traditional, but extremely entertaining and fun to be part of. Very steeped in tradition for both the ceremony itself and the reception, from the crowning of the bride and groom, the prominent role of the godparents instead of the parents during the ceremony, to the pig dance and the bread dance during the reception. We also played golf quite a bit, got to visit with family and friends before, during, and after the ceremonies. All in all, very busy weekend from Friday till yesterday. Anyway, just checking in. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. A Macedonian wedding. Never experienced one of those. All right, yeah, hump day. Hunkered down. Yeah, cool breeze. He checked in there. Hour number 1. Hunkered down for the storm. Good to have you with us. Crazy Ray says, "You're too kind, Steve Summers. Sounds like chaos." Yeah, it makes you kind of wonder. I don't know. Well, let's check in with the Chevy guy. What's happening in your neck of the woods this morning?
Oh, he's doing all right now. Hey, if the people that run around and claim that building collapse in Florida was due to global warming, I mean, any tragedy they come around and they want to make hay over it, so I'm going to do the same thing. And seriously, I haven't heard. Have you heard from inbred redneck ever since he was heading to Florida to spend his winnings?
I
don't remember
have not. No.
Well, how do we know he wasn't stacking his 30 kegs of Budweiser beer in his Harley Electric Light on the upper floor of one of them balconies? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He's going to have to call. He's going to have to call in and verify that ain't a fact. You know what I mean?
He had one of them big-legged women on the roof.
Yeah, the 15 what do they call them, BBWs? Been on there partying too. Hey, Ray, what a way to go! You know what I'm saying? Prayers for those people up here. If we don't laugh at life, we're gonna go crazy. Militias. The guy come on and talk about militias. He did say that he needs to make militias great again. They need to be explained. They need to be talked about, and they need to know the difference. I'm sorry, if they come and get my guns, I'm going to blow them away. Yeah, you're going to shoot my grandson. when he's ordered to go confiscate your guns because you're misbehaving or because the American people allow this foolishness to happen, you're going to shoot my grandson? Well, I'm sorry. I support your right to own that firearm, but I also, before you take a shot at my grandson, I support the right to them to incinerate from one corner of your property to the other until there's nothing left but dust. I'm sorry. No, you don't shoot your fellow Americans. And one less conservative is not our benefit. We need that vote. We need your vote. We need your participation. So, and by the way, you don't get on these phones and start talking like that, because the government cannot monitor these phones, but the phone services can. They can monitor these words pop up, and then they can turn this, say, hey, you need to watch this guy. 20 years ago, we used to go through, the Spaceship Channel, and they had a guy on there, and they were talking about how the government does this and monitors the American people. See, it's illegal for our government to monitor an American citizen, but they'll monitor like British citizens, and the British Secret Service can monitor Americans. It's not illegal for them, and then they can share that over. So it's happening, and don't get on the phone and start talking foolishness, saying because I guarantee you won't make it home. When you get home, you'll have yellow tape around your house. All your weapons will be gone. And if you got the weapons in the truck, fine, but that's the only thing you're going to have. And more likely, if they do that, you won't even make. They'll meet you when you come into the fuel stop, nab you while you're sitting on the crapper. So Hey, you remember a couple months ago we were talking about, and I mean I think it was confirmed that that's Department of the U.S. Postal Service, the crime division or whatever, is actually they're monitoring all the social media pages, the YouTubes, the Facebooks, and the chat rooms and all that. Yeah, they're actually watching that stuff. And in a way, that's how they're catching some in the past. I don't know if this group of morons in Washington, because they're looking at us, because I'm white. I'm the major terrorist. If I'm such a bad A dude and I'm 65% of the population, how come they constantly seem to be wanting to tick me off? So just a thought. But doggone, you've got a son. I got grandson. We got officers it comes on this program. They're part of the family, man. And this guy talking about what he's doing. Yeah, I got it. But the only hope we have is in less than 2 years, and that's to change our Congress. And we've already seen that when the Republicans do get the power, it seems like they want to share it or try to play good guys with the Democrats. Maybe they're learning. I don't know. But we already lost our country because a whole bunch of American citizens trying to convince them politicians that, when you retire, you'll have a little bit of money, or you side with Martin Marietta and you'll be a millionaire. We're screwed. And I don't know how you're going to have to find the politicians that said, I'm going to go up there and do something about it, vote for them, and hold them to account. If they don't do what they said, get them out of there. So far, and I'm not a Trump supporter. I don't want to see another Trump presidency. I want somebody that learned how Trump did it and do it. But he's the only one I've ever seen to go up there wealthy and probably give up his wealth to work for the American people. And I give honor to the man for what he did. And know what you believe, know what you're fighting for, and know that you live in the greatest country on earth. Don't try to change it. Don't try to change. Our Constitution was written, and The only problem we've had in the past is Democrats haven't allowed everybody to participate in our Constitution. And I'm telling you, it all comes down to that Democrat Party, and all the ills that we've living through, it is the Democrat Party, and I'm sorry, I'm not Republican, I'm not Democrat. We're not political. Buddy, if you're in the Capitol, and if you're in the Capitol and you're lobbying, because that's the only way you're going to get things done, you're in your politics. It's all politics. You can't get around it. It's what they do. It's what they are. Phew. But other than that, I'm just plain and simple. In less than 2 years, we've got a chance to keep this thing from going over the cliff. That I understand they don't have enough votes to control the elections from D.C. And if that passes, we're on the verge of dictatorship. And it's just because all they're going to do is control their power. They're in the middle of making it sure that anybody that supports Trump or is conservative is like what they consider a militia, white supremacist. And just they're trying to push us to like we were Nazis or the Klan, so they can say what they want, do what they want, and say they don't have a right. 74 million Americans don't have a right to speak up in this country. And just my biggest question, Democrats, why are you so afraid to let us see the vote situation? If you won, you should be more than willing to share that information with the people you believe lost, so you can bring them in and let's all work together to make America great again, or at least you can gain support of the American people. But the way they're treating us now, oh my gosh, you're going to get more people, you're going to get young people joining these militias. You're stirring up stink, you're stirring up hatred, and you're stirring, hey, I'm just going to, pray for America. I can't say God bless America, because right now America's, controlled by people that aren't doing nothing good. And, but God save America. God bless America, the American people, in spite of what we got going up there right now. It's just like that thing they're going around saying, you'll own nothing, but you'll be happy. I'm sorry, I don't see people that we know on this program that be happy not owning their own truck, not owning their own, 3 or 4 antique cars, not owning their home or owning their farm. I don't know what kind of people are like that, but I have definitely seen the truth. There's a lot of Americans that would rather sit around and collect a check and not go to work. So that's an evidence of a country, or a lot of people in this country that be willing to sell out their rights and their freedoms and their opportunities for a loaf of bread.
They have these. Dreams of a utopian paradise. That's they think if everything's evenly distributed, everybody's on the same page. You don't have no upper class, middle class. Everybody's the same. Everybody will be happy that way, and that's a pipe dream. There is no utopian paradise. Doesn't exist, but. All right, about 9 before the hour. Quick break, and we return. More of your calls ahead. Jump on board at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, that's our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let me see here. California, it's I don't know, we talked last night about 99 shot in Chicago, 4th of July weekend. Chaos in the streets. I got the story out of Oakland, California. The 4th of July reeled into 12 hours of nonstop chaos Sunday night. Several victims wounded by celebratory gunfire. A homicide and a massive sideshow marred by gunfire. The night culminated at the sideshow where more than 200 participants pelted police officers with debris and flashed them with handheld lasers. The embattled Oakland police chief, LaRon Armstrong, tells reporters the level of violence and gunfire overwhelmed the police department. If you look at the shoot period of time, 6 hours, 6 shootings, that requires a lot of resources. It was difficult. Officers having to run from scene to scene. This was 12 hours of nonstop chaos, he says. The most violent July 4th I can remember. While celebratory gunfire has been a hallmark of New Year's Eve and July the 4th for years, he said things reeled completely out of control Sunday. The level of violence, way too high. Our officers were stretched. We did the best we could. We're dealing with challenges. Celebratory gunfire led to the vast majority of these shootings and injuring other people. The last 24 hours was difficult in the city of Oakland. At one point, there were no ambulances available to treat people in the city. That's how out of control things were in Oakland.
Lovely place to live.
I bet Pappy probably has the answer to that question. When it's like New Year's Eve and the midnight hour rolls around, do they still put a call out for officers to make sure you're in a safe place because they know people are going to be dumbasses shooting guns in the air?
Yeah, I've never heard that, Steve. I don't know, but I mean, man, I told you when I heard Kentucky Ken say the other night when he had a shooting, it takes two detectives. I'll tell you what, it takes more than two detectives with us. If we get a homicide, Steve, all the detectives are called out. All of them. If you got somebody at the hospital, two detectives are sent down there, and we got to have a police officer sit down there on him also.
Mm-hmm.
Several detectives got to go to the scene, right? And if there's multiple scenes, you need multiple detectives at each scene. You need evidence techs to collect any evidence. I don't know how they did it, Steve. That boggles my mind.
Mm-hmm.
That amount of numbers of shooting, that just boggles my mind. Hey, let me give a shout out to Big Scotty there.
Yeah.
Is he still in the studio?
He is, yes. How you doing, Pappy?
Yes, sir. Hey, man, it's great to meet you the other night.
Yes, sir.
Good old country boy, Steve. You gotta love him, man. I'll tell you what, you gotta love them Southern Belles too, man. Little princess down there with their girlfriends. Man, all Southern Belles, cute as hell. They got that little Southern accent going. Man.
Just remember when they say, oh, hell, it's time to go. You don't stick around. Oh, hell no, it's time to leave. You should have been gone.
Good thing I wasn't there out of uniform and drinking. Holy moly.
They didn't get too bad out
Man,
of
I
control.
wonder. Didn't get too bad out of hand?
No.
I wonder if, is it Boink and Doink?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
I wonder if they're still locked up. Steve, I wonder what they would do for a big cookie. What do you think they would do for a big cookie?
Uh-huh.
Things that make you go, Man, just chilling tonight, Steve. I'm off. Go back to work tomorrow, Wednesday. Work Wednesday and Thursday. Got me a little vacation coming up, 2.5 weeks.
Where are we going?
Well, I'm stay home vacation.
Staycation.
Staycation, man. Next year, Steve, it's been a long time since I took a vacation. You know what? I think next year we're going to have to do one. I don't know. Go somewhere.
I'd say a
Go to the
cruise
ocean,
ship.
man.
Would you get on a cruise ship with us, Pappy?
Did you ask if I was on the cruise ship with y'all?
Would you get on a cruise ship with this crew? You've met a few.
Oh,
of us.
yeah.
Well, that's what
Hell,
we
he
need
might
to
not
do.
come back.
Well, yeah. Yeah. That's what we need to do, though, is a cruise.
Yeah, man. I ain't taking no vaccine to take a cruise, though.
I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
We just go rent our own little yacht, man. Have at it, Oh. Man, but, was that wild, Steve? They were used explosives down there to take that building down, the rest of that down in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, man, it is remarkable what, these companies, these demolition companies, can do, man. It just amazes me, the engineering and the smarts it takes, to accomplish that. It's just crazy. Hats off to them, man. They got it done in a short amount of time too. I mean, usually when you start talking about demoing a building, Steve, that takes weeks and weeks, and if not months, just the draw that up on paper, man, to figure out how you're going to do it. You know, so, I mean, hats off to whoever done that down there. Hats off to them, man.
In one
other
day,
than that, man,
in one day's time, they placed all the charges and brought it down, and apparently it came down exactly where they expected it to go.
Man, it's amazing. You know, I mean, you know, dealing with explosives, I know, you know, I'm not an engineer, but I know a little bit about, you know, the theory behind it. But man, I mean, it just amazes me, you know. Main thing they try to do is just take out you know, some of the support beams using low energy explosives. You know, we talked about different burning powder rates, right? Explosives are the same thing. You got low explosives and high explosives, and everything's based off of TNT, which is the middle ground. It's got a detonation velocity of, I believe it's 2,400 feet per second. I'm just going off memory here, but so you got to use a low explosive to push things. You know, you don't want to turn them into rubble. If you used a high explosive, it would just shatter everything. So they use a low explosives more just to push everything. It's remarkable how they do it. Really is.
Fascinating stuff. Well, Pappy, enjoy your night just chilling there at the home 20. I did get an email from the Big Moose in regards, he said you were asking about Boink and Doink. He said they won't be released till Friday. Yeah, they have not yet filmed the escape scene for the direct-to-DVD release of the F&H Enterprises, The Short Shank Redemption. And we'll be back. News update, top of the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Hurricane Elsa is now making its way up Florida's west coast ahead of an anticipated Wednesday landfall. The storm strengthening late Tuesday into a Category 1 hurricane. A storm surge warning is in effect for Tampa Bay and other coastal areas, as the National Hurricane Center says the storm could push between 3 and 5 feet of storm surge onto shore. The storm is bringing strong winds and rain to much of central Florida, with tornado watches in effect in parts of the state. Elsa is expected to make landfall on the North Florida coast by late Wednesday morning. Forecasters say the storm will make its way across Florida and into Georgia by Wednesday night and into the Carolinas on Thursday. And the Republican National Committee was the victim of a cyber attack from hackers associated with the Russian government. In a statement Tuesday, the committee said that a contractor they work with was breached and all access from that company was immediately blocked. The RNC says none of its data was accessed. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River, its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
The fight over an infrastructure spending bill is expected to continue when lawmakers return to Washington. A bipartisan framework was agreed to last month, although there remains many questions over whether a larger bill supported by Democrats will be pushed through reconciliation. That's something that Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell vows to fight. At an event Tuesday in Kentucky, he said the two parties may be further apart on this issue than at any time in the past.
This is going to be a hell of a fight over what this country ought to look like in the future. And it's all going to unfold here in the next few weeks. I don't think we've had a bigger difference of opinion between the two parties over the best thing to do for America than we have right now. These are really, really different.
The bipartisan group of senators and the White House are working to build support for their $1.2 trillion deal. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve.
The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Parents are reacting to the support for critical race theory from teachers' unions. Tim Berg has more.
The National Education Association pledged to teach critical race theory in all 50 states and across more than 14,000 school districts where the union operates. In addition, the nation's largest teachers union says they will dedicate a team of staffers to provide guidance on how to fight back against anti-CRT rhetoric. Cheryl Wonderchain is a parent in Northern Virginia. She tells Fox News it's no surprise that unions are in favor of teaching CRT.
These unions have really showed us their true colors over the past year with, bullying the CDC into putting out guidance to keep the schools shuttered. Mm-hmm. And I had an opportunity to look at some of the agenda for the NEA meeting that just wrapped up. And, there was nothing on there about increasing literacy or remediation for all the learning loss over the past year.
Mm-hmm. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Brooklyn Borough President Eric Adams has won the Democratic primary in the race for mayor of New York City. Adams defeating a large field of candidates in the first major race in New York to use a ranked choice voting system. The primary ended on June 22nd, but the Board of Elections experienced issues in running the multiple tallies needed under the ranked choice system, including erroneously counting 135,000 test ballots. Adams will face Republican Curtis Sliwa in the general election. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, back at it. Another hour underway on a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on here. We're looking at 7th day of July for 2021. Hello to Wheelchair Dave checking in from Lake Lanier this morning. Said, hey, Steve, I got a DA of the Week nominee for you. Did you hear or read about the customer that returned to the Burger King in Memphis and shot the place up because there was too much barbecue sauce on their chicken sandwich? Yeah, doesn't surprise me in this day. And hello to your guest. That's Scotty, a.k.a. Demon. Where'd you get the handle Demon anyway?
It actually was Dirt Demon. Used to ride dirt bikes all the time when I was a kid.
Dirt Demon.
Yeah, that's what it originally started out, and it just got shorter to Demon.
Okay. That makes sense. All right, who else checking in here? I already shared. Yeah, how you like the name of that? The Short Shank Redemption. Boink and doink. Hey, Shaky says, talking about going on a cruise, he said, to hell with the big cruise liners. I say we all go in and rent some big houseboats down in Dale Hollow or someplace like that.
Is that saltwater?
I don't know where Dale Hollow is.
Got to have that salt life.
You don't get to hang out on the beach at Dale Hollow, I don't think.
No, probably ain't got big Coronas and
Presidentes and they don't have a casino. Down at Dale Hollow, do they?
Not sure.
Do you know what do you know the latest? I mean, everybody, I guess the cruise lines all headed out this past weekend, right?
Right.
I'm seeing all these people posting from the cruise ships. I think the Mardi Gras, the Vista,
the Mardi Gras and the Horizon are both in port together right now in Miami, I guess. They haven't left yet.
Okay, so I think the Vista, is that the name?
Yeah,
of
the Vista.
Vista.
That's the one doing Mexican Riviera, I believe, ain't it?
Are they still making appointments for people to go into the casino kind of thing and limiting?
I have not heard.
I mean, because that was crazy. I was saying you have to have an appointment. You're only allowed to, you got to try to keep people 6 feet apart and all that.
Yeah,
I guess you're not allowed to be standing around behind people that are playing to watch them play and all that stuff.
Right. I actually read where one of the ships actually took the casino bar out and they put more machines in, but they took the bar out to keep people from congregating.
That's everybody gets crowded around the bar. That's true. All right, I did have a story this past day where the Centers for Disease Control is fighting to keep their cruise regulations in place and warned a federal judge that without them, there's an increased risk of COVID spread in the U.S. This past day, the CDC appealed a federal judge's order in a lawsuit brought by Governor DeSantis there in Florida, sued the CDC. And of course, the judge says it's going to turn their regulations on how the cruise companies can operate out of Florida into what they call recommendations rather than regulations. The regulations require cruise ships to have COVID testing capabilities aboard ship to perform test cruises if less than 95% of the crew and passengers are vaccinated. They have to have secure evacuation agreements with local hospitals in the U.S. cities they visit, and there's other things in the mix there. All right, so the judge of the Middle District of Florida said the CDC has not provided enough clear justification for these conditional sale orders. Like, is it really going to make a difference? So that was a win for Governor DeSantis this past day. They're going to appeal that to the 11th Circuit and ask the judge to reverse his order while the appeal is heard. CDC argues that their cruise regulations fall under their broad authority to protect public health, and we need them to protect us from the COVID-19. All right.
I'm not sure what they're trying to do and everything. You know, the cruise industry has done everything they could to take and abide by the regulations, and the CDC seems to be moving the goalpost on them.
Which they've done from the very, very beginning.
Yes.
Everything.
I seen something where the whole muster formation, before you leave, how they've changed it over the years. Used to we have to go stand under the lifeboats and everything and listen to their spiel. Well, the last couple ones we've gone to the dining
room areas.
And now it's all done virtually. I guess, from the room. You've got to actually be in the room now, and they do it on the televisions. Yeah, I mean, it's getting crazy.
Yeah. All right, let me get back up here. Horse Feathers checking in. Take two. What's going on?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Thanks for taking me back. I guess, I didn't even think about it being Wednesday today, hump day, because I don't know. I guess I did listen to the show Monday a little bit, but I was half sleeping during the day while you were doing it, since it wasn't 5 hours of Horse Feathers with sing along, So after that long trip to Cincinnati, and I think I got 1,000 miles on that 275. You know, I had to stop for gas 3 times as I was going around that 275.
You should actually
get text me back to directions.
You get the dumbass of the week nomination.
I stopped for gas 3 times there, going around 275 there. You know, and so, but anyways, I wanted to say hi to Scotty there. I guess I omitted doing that, as well as saying, hey, Mike. You know what day it is? What day is it?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. So anyway, I guess I got a question out there. I got a small truck question, I guess. Brother-in-law came up, lives down in Florida. He bought himself a 2021 Chevy Silverado, and I guess the Duramax diesel in it. I guess it's a 6.6 liter, which I don't know, sounds a little bit small, but maybe being turbocharged and everything, I guess it's probably not bad. But anyways, he's got 13 or 14,000 miles on it, and he's up visiting there with the other brother-in-law because he come up from Florida. So we're at the other brother-in-law's house here in Maryland, and he's like, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he's like, hey, you know, my check engine light's on, and my fuel filter restriction says 0. That, you know, for flow, his fuel flow is at 0%. And we're all like, well, you dumbass. Well, why didn't you tell us that before 3 o'clock in the afternoon to begin with? Because he showed up on Saturday. He didn't tell anybody, you know, so he's there the whole weekend with, you know, his truck with the check engine light and all that. And when you could have actually got something done before Sunday or the holiday Monday and all that, he tells everybody at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday. So we kind of scramble a little bit and find an auto parts store that's open that actually has a filter. But I was just wondering if anybody had any experience with the Silverados there, 2500s, 3500s that have, you know, the Duramax diesel in them, and having the fuel filter pretty much go to being fully plugged at, you know, 13, 14,000 miles. I didn't know if that's, you know, how far, you know, that they'll actually get. If people normally change the fuel filter with an oil change, where I guess Chevrolet and GM is recommending an oil change of like 7,000 or 8,000 miles on them. And I know a lot of times they say oil doesn't go bad by then, you know, but I didn't know what Hot Shots actually or somebody like that recommends for the oil change duration, and if they recommend changing the fuel filter with every oil change or every other oil change, or how far along something like that's supposed to go.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a pretty simple operation to change the filter. It just had a little dome cover in front of the fuel tank, and you stick a wrench on that, which happens to be 1 7/16. You got 1 7/16 wrench in your toolbox, Your Honor?
No, I can't say that I do. No, I got some alligator pliers though.
Yeah, we had to get to Tractor Supply there. We found an 1 7/16 socket. It was 3/4 inch drive, so I got him to buy a breaker bar and an 1 7/16 socket and 3/4 inch drive to carry in the truck with him because he didn't have any way to carry it. He was going to buy 1 fuel filter, and I said, no, you don't buy 1, you buy 2, because we're going to change to 1, and then you put the other one behind the seat. So if you got any problem out on the road, you're not running around looking for a damn fuel filter. When you have, you know, even if you're going to have somebody, even if you need somebody to come change it for you, at least you got the wrench and the filter, and you can have it done wherever you're at.
Yeah. So when you changing the filter, did that fix the problem? Did the flow? Did it work?
Yep. He started it up, and he had to prime it a little bit. Started it up, and it didn't reset the first time, but we shut it down and then restarted it. And the check engine light went off, and he was able to reset the filter life to 100%. So
what I'm understanding, Horse Feathers, about the fuel filters getting clogged as quick as they do and everything. It's happened on my big rig at work. Is a lot of this biodiesel,
the algae stuff, or
the biodiesel? Okay, and it's not either mixed properly or whatever, they were using a lot more. But it depends on if they're using that much in the fuel stop they're getting it at. And I was talking to our maintenance guy the other day, and he said a lot of our guys that are running south, they're changing the fuel filters a lot earlier than what they are with, say, me running, out west and the northwest and in the mountains and stuff. I've had one problem, but he said that all of our trucks that run in the South, Florida, and stuff like that, they're bringing them back and doing about 10 or 12,000, and the filters are clogged. And they're saying it's the biodiesels was actually causing the big problems.
Okay, because because that was a cartridge style filter. It's like in the big trucks. You got the white element, paper element type cartridge, and when I pulled that filter out, it was completely black. It was terrible looking. And as I say, we put the new one in, and it all reset and everything. So. But I'm thinking he's pretty much going to have to change the filter every time he changes his oil.
You think
the fuel filter.
You think he might have some algae in the fuel, maybe?
I don't know. I mean, he's only had the truck a month, so I mean, he's got 13,000 miles on it, month, 2 months, something like that. But I mean, he hasn't even had the truck that long. It's I don't know how long is that. And that was my other question is. I didn't know if it, had a possibility of getting some dirt contamination in it coming from the factory. I don't know how clean they keep those things in assembly and everything. If it's anywhere's around, with the filler being, tube not being on it, if it got dirt and dust in the tank and, or whatever, or maybe if he even got some fuel somewhere where their tanks were almost empty, or possibly they were just filled and everything was all stirred up in their tanks one way or another. So I don't know if he got some bad fuel somewhere, but I did give him some everyday diesel treatment and told him next time you fill up, give him a good shot of the everyday diesel treatment. And I got him a bottle of FR3, and I said, you're getting close to an oil change. So I said, you might as well just wait till the next oil change, and you put in the dose of FR3 you need, top off your, fill your oil up with your next oil change. So we're going to have them on the FR3 and the everyday diesel treatment here for at least the next while, and then we'll figure out when we do the stiction remover and the extreme diesel. I guess every 6 months they want the extreme diesel done. Maybe I should have gotten extreme diesel with what was going on with the filter, but at least start them out with that right now. So I don't know. Maybe Kyle's probably still listening. He's an insomniac, isn't he? He don't sleep. He stays up all night listening and works all day.
I think he has a sleep schedule something akin to like Donald Trump's. He does not sleep much.
Yeah, there you go. That's not a bad thing. So, but anyway, so I guess with that, we'll let you go. And as I say, So, anyways, maybe I did hear Knucklebuster call in there. Did the sing along. So I think maybe it's a catch-on thing. Maybe we didn't have the sing-along, but maybe everybody will call in there because could sing their favorite trucking song there anyways there, since we didn't do the sing-along on Monday.
Where's the truck? Where's the truck? All right, 25 past the hour. Final preparations were being rushed to completion across Florida, the southeast this past day. All right, as of 2 a.m. this morning, Eastern Time, 25 minutes ago, Elsa has now maximum sustained winds of 70 miles per hour. So once again, a strong tropical storm, but they say there's very little difference in terms of impact between a 70 mile per hour tropical storm versus a 75 mile per hour hurricane. Yeah, whether it hits as a low-end Category 1 or as a strong tropical storm, very little difference in the impact. Projected to make landfall north of Tampa early today. And let's see, Elsa was about 65 miles southwest of Tampa as of 11 p.m. Eastern this past evening. Moving north at like 14 miles per hour. All right, satellite and radar images show that it's a very lopsided tropical storm. The majority of the heavy rain, the thunderstorms, the gusty winds on the eastern side of the storm. which just so happens to be over Florida. Yeah, portions of the Keys were hammered by heavy rain and gusty winds Tuesday morning. Into the day today, a large portion of Florida will be at the risk for rounds of torrential rain, flooding in low-lying areas, damaging wind gusts, power outages, isolated tornadoes, and waterspouts. Concern is there may be very little advance warning of tornadoes in this case, as they tend to spin up and dissipate in a matter of a few minutes' time in some of those spiral bands on the eastern side. In some cases, tornadoes can be wrapped in the rain, difficult, if not impossible, to see, of course, in the nighttime hours. In anticipation of the adverse conditions, operations at Tampa International Airport were suspended at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Depending on the weather, they're expected to reopen at 10 a.m. today. That kind of sounds like 10 a.m. is about the time Elsa's going to be very close to Tampa, so it may be a bit later than that. AccuWeather is projecting the center to pass just west of Tampa sometime this morning. Power outages, severe thunderstorms in the forecast, and we're talking the Tampa metro area, home to about 3.2 million people. A lot of people there. All right, we'll get more of your calls just ahead here at 844-844-3388. Seeing as we're about a minute from our news break. Grump, hang in there. We'll get you coming up in just a moment. Philip's going to be checking in from Florida. He can give us the latest update, what's going to be happening there as far as operations, what the plans are for
the Mickey
Mouse War, the Mouse House, Magic Kingdom, and all that stuff. Yeah, later today. I know they were making adjustments to things this past evening. Meanwhile, one of our industry headlines this morning, they're at the collapsed building in Miami. According to CDL Life, there's a specially equipped semi-truck that's actually acting as the command center as emergency responders continue their search there. Escambia County sent down the mobile command center known as Thor to act as a base camp for search and rescue efforts. While the rig was only meant to stay for 10 days, officials say it's been so useful that the stay has been extended to the end of the month. Thor is a specially designed trailer pulled by a semi-truck that features satellite, voice over IP capabilities, radio dispatch communications, space to hold meetings for search and rescue teams. Originally, it was going to be a 10-day deployment after the state had gotten down there and started the logistical needs of the area. And with what's going on, they've asked to extend that till the end of the month. Very beneficial, very helpful. There is limited space down there, not enough workable space to actually house everybody who needs to be in the meetings. So Thor is the perfect space to be able to do that. Get all the operators in one area, get your tactical and operational meetings. All right. Official death toll, 32 confirmed, 113 now, still unaccounted for, still buried in the rubble, essentially. All right, we'll return in a moment to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Hurricane Elsa is now making its way up Florida's west coast ahead of an anticipated Wednesday landfall. The storm strengthening late Tuesday into a Category 1 hurricane. A storm surge warning is in effect for Tampa Bay and other coastal areas, as the National Hurricane Center says the storm could push between 3 and 5 feet of storm surge onto shore. The storm is bringing strong winds and rain to much of central Florida, with tornado watches in effect in parts of the state. And officials in Surfside, Florida, say the death toll in the Florida condominium collapse rose to 36 on Tuesday, with 109 people remaining unaccounted for. Miami-Dade County Fire Chief Alan Kaminsky says an aggressive search has continued through the effects of Tropical Storm Elsa, but said the crews were not seeing anything positive. The search and rescue operations have continued for the last 13 days, though crews haven't pulled anyone alive from the rubble since the day after the collapse. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Powered by science. Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hey, good morning to Eskimo Mom checking in. She said, hey, Dale Hollow is on the Kentucky-Tennessee line west of 75, southwest of Lake Cumberland, kind of southeast of Bowling Green, Kentucky. She said my cousin spent like 10 days there, boating, fishing, camping, a lot of good fishing. Okay, Dale Hollow. Good morning, Rick. Rick Friend checking in there from Columbus, Ohio. Hope you had a good July 4 Independence Day weekend. All right. Hey, Mike. Yeah, right. You're right, Rick. It's hump day. Already? How about that? What's going on, Grump? How was your Independence Day?
Oh, I worked, just stayed busy. We were talking the other night about, I think it was about that truck driver that got shot, or where was that at? I can't remember where was that, but anyway, he got, I told you about that idiot that Halloween, that hung out that car window and pointed that damn water pistol at me. Looked like a real one. I run his ass in the ditch. But there was an accident night before last down in Houston. I've been running back-to-back trips down to Houston, and going in on 45, there was a bunch of them damn street racers was acting like idiots, seeing what caused a big wreck down there. And so I'm all the way over in the right lane. They're routing everybody off an exit. They had the whole interstate shut down, and so I'm all the way over in the right lane, about, I don't know, maybe 300 yards from that exit. And there's emergency vehicles still coming. I mean, it was a pretty bad wreck. They're coming up. There was one of them coming up beside me. There was 2 or 3 trucks behind me, lined up in the right lane also. So everybody's just trying to move over as far as we can, and let the emergency vehicles up. Well, hell, I'm moving over. I'm just practically on the shoulder of the road, allowing them to come up. There wasn't enough shoulder there, with all the water and the rain and everything. And, they'd have ran off in the mud there. So I was over as far as I could get. I'm hearing this damn horn blowing. And so I'm looking, and this idiot is coming up beside everybody. He's kind of going down the shoulder, kind of in the grass, and, sliding all over the damn place. Well, he wound up hitting a sign. There was a sign there, and then, so I cut back over a little bit to the left there where he got by. This moron pulls around in front of me, you typical dumbass hood rat. Just thug all the way. Pulls around, he's blowing his horn, flipping me the, finger and stuff like that. And, and I've made it clear that I carry a weapon with me. And so I had it, close. And anytime I'm going in the city, I always got it close there. So I had my hand on it. And I thought, what the hell is this moron doing? He pulled around right in front of me. Crossways in front of me. Stops, and he gets out of his car, or starts getting out of his car. And I clearly saw a pistol in his hand, in his right hand. So I opened up my truck door and stepped out on the running board, and, I had mine in my hand. So I put the laser dot on him. I thought, you raise it up and you're dead. I ain't going to hesitate. It's just the way it is. And so he sees the laser, gets back in his car, and he points at me. Gets back in his car, and he takes off. Had Illinois tags on it. So I saved the video. I had it on my dash cam. And a good friend of mine, we were stationed all over the place together. He's actually a captain on the Houston Police Department. I called him, I sent him a text message. And he called me back the next morning there. And he come over yesterday morning over to where I was parked at. And I had the video and everything. And I looked at it on the dash cam. But it's small, so he brought his laptop and we plugged it in. It's just a SD card. And you can clearly see the guy with a damn gun in his hand pulled up in front of me. You can see my laser dot that went on his chest and up to his head and back down to his chest. So he's seen that, and he's like, damn, is this guy going to, pull the trigger? Yes, this guy would have pulled the trigger. If he would have raised his gun up, I would have shot him. So he gets back in his car and he hauls ass. And my buddy called me later on, and they got the tag number and stuff like that. It was out of Illinois, but said that was his mother's car, and they've been looking. He's got warrants on him in Illinois. He's down here in Houston. He's got family down here, and he didn't tell me what all was going on with him, but he said he's a local gang member. He's just a thug. He said hell, he's been involved in shootings and everything else, been in and out of the system since he was a kid. And he said probably the only thing kept you from getting shot was that laser dot. And I said probably, if it would have come to that, we would have been squeezing some trigger there. There'd been some lead in there. Ain't a doubt in my mind.
Wow.
I wasn't gonna play with him, but Steve, it's just I don't ever remember seeing such craziness out here on this highway anymore. I mean, you got street racers out there just blatantly just running up. I mean, when they went by me, they had to be running over 100. And it's just bumper to bumper traffic. They're weaving in and out, and they got, like I said, they got down the road there, and one of them, from what I understand, spun out or something, hit the wall, and then just caused a big chain reaction. But here you got this idiot. There was somebody in the car with him. I couldn't make it out. I didn't really, care either, I guess. But you got this thug. He's, special. He's going down the side and cutting in and out of people and things like that and causing problems. And then, he's nearly hits me, and then he wants to pull this crap. So it was, it was kind of a touch and go moment there. But, like I said, it was, I can't tell truck drivers enough, to be prepared for crap like that. What my next thing would have been just dump the clutch and run over his ass. He was right there, and but I was dead stopped, and there was no moving, but I let him around in front of me. But anyway, it was kind of a tense moment, but it it happens out here, I guess.
So the red dot was enough to convince him that maybe not.
Well, yeah, it would convince me. I mean, if somebody puts a laser dot on me, I'm going to stop what I'm doing. Especially if if my hand. If I got to pull a weapon up or something like that, you really want to think twice about it. Mm-hmm. But he clearly he's an idiot, but just nothing but a damn thug, and he kind of thought about it there for a second, and he made the right decision because like I said, I'd have dropped it. It would have been no hesitation, not one bit. The finger was on the trigger, and if he'd have brought that gun around, being the thug that he is, I'd have put one right between his eyes or something. But, it's just the way it is. But, oh, well. What do you think about this teachers union? Are they out of collective bargaining now, and they're dictating policy and they're dictating curriculum for the schools now?
Trying to push the CRT thing?
Yeah. It's and they say, well, we got the defense fund for any teacher that doesn't, that teaches this. And, so we'll be representing them, with litigation and everything. Man, what a crock. I mean, to me, number one, they ought to have their charter pulled. If they got 30% of the damn members that want to get out of that union, then that's exactly what they should do. They should, have the union dismantled. But, it's hard to understand why that these idiots would want to do this. They're teaching hate, number one. That's all the hell they're doing. And, with this critical race theory crap is they're teaching young kids to hate white kids. For what reason? Hell, all kids want to do is play. But when you set them down and you start indoctrinating them, the Supreme Court's already had cases on religious indoctrination. What's next? This? Maybe that's what it needs. Is to throw this in front of the Supreme Court and say, look, it's not constitutional to teach any kind of indoctrination in school, and that's exactly what they're doing. Now, for my money, if I had a kid in school right now, which I don't, mine's grown, but if I had kids in school and the school was teaching that, I'd pull them out right off the bat. Just walk in there and get your butts in the car now. We out of here. Well, what I don't understand is why in hell your tax dollars that go to support schools. I'm going to check here, with our school, when I get home, but I don't think they would be teaching this critical race stuff or even trying to push it. If they were, my tax dollars, my property tax, a certain percentage of it goes to support the public school. I would challenge that in court. In just a second, I would say, look, I don't want any part of my money going for this indoctrination. You cannot teach religion in school. That goes against, against church and state. Why would they be able to teach this in school, which is just as bad as far as I'm concerned? It's hell. If a kid wants to say a prayer in school, they'd put him in front of a firing squad. But if he wants to call a white kid, some foul name or something like that, and say that look, you took my heritage away from me or whatever, then that's all well and good. They allow stuff like that. I don't know, these damn unions, I'm sick of them. There's a reason why they have lost their membership so the way they have. This nut that's running that teachers union, what's her name, Randy Weingarten or something like that. She's a fool. Just a flat ass fool. I've seen her on a couple of programs and stuff like that. And you talking about an idiot, and she makes $500,000 a damn year. And they had a $1.5 million worth of hotels and for the year, her and, her group that goes around, and car rentals and airplane tickets and all the rest of this crap. And this is, whatever happened to schools teaching, what kids need to understand? That's why that Japanese kids and Chinese kids and hell, kids in Europe are so much further advanced than they are here in the United States. While our teachers is trying to pound this crap in their damn head, at least they're teaching them, mathematics and science and, everything else that they need to learn. Where in the hell is this indoctrination crap coming in? I'm just sick of it. It just makes absolutely no damn sense to me whatsoever why parents would allow that to happen. I'd be down at that school board and I'd be down there every day, that's just, we sent, my kid went to private school for 12 years, it cost us $450 now a month, while he was in school. And we scraped by just because I did not like the way the school system was ran there in our town. We had, several packing houses in the areas. We had a lot of the Hispanic kids coming up, and they catered to them, and the parents were, a lot of the parents and, from kids there going to school were like, well, that's okay. They need to learn how to, they need to learn English. They need to learn this. Bull. They're supposed to already speak it before they get here. So I don't know, man, but it just seems to me like, everything's just going nuts right here all at once. When we got Biden in office, and who in the hell's running this country? It's not that old goofball.
No, he's got he's got to pull out his notepad to know how to answer a question. He's got to read from a script if he doesn't have his teleprompter in front of him. That was insane over the weekend. I did share that little video down at a convenience store, whatever, making a purchase. I think I've got the story over here where this past day, who was it that said it's unbelievable that like 2-3 days after that massive ransomware attack impacting 1,000 companies in the United States, Biden still wasn't even up to speed on what was going on. It's like I'm supposed to be getting a briefing on that. It happened 3 days ago, Joe. You don't even know right now what's going on with that. It really begs the question: who is running the show? It ain't Joe.
Yeah, he had to pull the notes out of his pocket. He's pulling out which pocket is it?
Let me flip the page here. I guess he's got all the scripted answers.
I was wondering if one of the cards was taken there to tell him what kind of ice cream to order, but yeah.
All right, let me see here. Let's jump on over to Philip. What's happening in the Sunshine State there? A little rain, maybe?
Nah, it ain't too much rain, bud, but I tell you what, getting a little breezy out here, blowing me around a little bit. Seen a few cars off the side of the road out here on I-4. How you doing tonight?
Doing well.
Yeah, we gonna get. She's coming up. It ain't up here yet. I got a feeling I get down here to Orlando, that's when all the stuff's gonna break loose on me. So you got your radar there, Steve?
Yeah, I'm zooming in here. Yeah, from Kissimmee to Orlando, you're in the clear. The heavy rain is, it starts back toward Lakeland to Dade City, so it's still a ways off.
Yeah, right now I'm up here by Longwood is where I'm at. Altamont Springs, Longwood, that's where I'm at, that area right now. And when I left Deltona up there, it was a little bit of light rain. But boy, when I came across that St. Johns River bridge there where it goes over to St. Johns River, it was a little breezy. Everybody kind of backed it down a little bit because it's a little breezy going across that bridge. But I don't think it's going to be a monster storm. I know I got a message right before I left the house that it had downgraded to a tropical storm. I don't know if you've got that.
Yeah, it went from 75 mile an hour winds at 11, it down to 70 mile per hour winds at the 2 a.m. update. So it's a strong tropical storm. They said there ain't a hell of a lot of difference in a 70 versus 75 mile an hour storm. So
yeah, the big thing with this, Steve, that they're having a problem with, and Tom Sorrell said it last night on the weather down here. It's not wrapped around. It's a right-handed storm. If you look at the radar, everything's on the right-hand side. It hasn't wrapped all the way around. It's not a full circle. And that's what makes it hard when that happens is you can't tell where the center of it is, and it gets tough to read it, But usually when they're like that, they're just a blob kind of, so to speak. But when that baby wraps around, that's when you know it's serious. That's when it gets that buzzsaw look, like the big Cat 5s and stuff like that. But so far it's been light where I'm at right now. I'm in Longwood right now, and it's clear as a bell. The only thing I noticed, Steve, is right now I don't know what your temperatures are saying down here, but mine, I've got 80 degrees right now, but the humidity is just like if you're on a 90 degree day. You know how you stand outside in a 90 degree day down here and it kind of pounds on you, the humidity does. That's how it's feeling here in the morning. So that thing's pretty close. It's drawing energy. So, but it'll be quick. I think looks like probably going to be about a 12-hour event, something like that, going in and out. So, but I was listening to what Grump was talking about CRT, and my feelings on that stuff. But he's right. They shouldn't be pushing that on our youngins. We don't need that. We don't need that on our kids. That CRT stuff just comes from some guy that was in college. It's very intellectual to the point where he doesn't have sense at all that ever thought that mess up. So I wish people would just understand we're all the same. Let's just get to work and let's do what we got to do to make things better in life. I wish people would do that.
All it really does is divide. Divide. I mean, you're starting the divisiveness in the elementary, the elementary age for the kids, and they wonder why it seems like we're going backwards rather than forwards when it comes to race relations in this country.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, I see a lot today. I mean, well, we know all these kids today are on their phones and on their computers, and they're all on social media, and they're doing all this stuff, and they're just constantly doing it. And then when you throw crap like this into the mix, you know, it just confuses everybody. It's all about confusion, and I don't know why. I mean, this CRT stuff is no different than what Hitler did or Stalin or any of those guys, that they're molding their people to follow their lead. And isn't it kind of sort of like communism and stuff like that, Steve, where you're molding the youth to come up through the ranks to go where you want them to go?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's craziness. You shouldn't be doing that. You know, we should be able to think freely. I mean, we're in America. We can do that. Freedom of speech. I don't have anything against anybody's beliefs, but that stuff there is just plumb damn stupid, for lack of a better term. And I swear to God, it's crazy. And I've got a 17-year-old daughter. She's been doing the electronic stuff. She just finished up. She's going to be graduating next year, and she's going back into brick and mortar. And I told her, I said, "You really want to do that?" She's like, "Yeah, it's my last year in school. I want to get it done with and over with." And I said, "Okay." But she's like the same way. She's like, "I can't believe some of the stuff they throwed at us with that CRT stuff and all that other mess." And but I'm lucky I got a kid that's free thinking. She's like, I know what I really need to learn and what I don't really need to learn, for lack of a better term. But I don't know. I just don't understand it, Steve. It's stupid. So, but that's pretty much all I got, bud. Everything's looking clear so far. How's it looking down there in Orlando? Is it closer to Kissimmee? You said Kissimmee, Lakeland area?
Yeah, there's no rain in that stretch from Kissimmee. I mean, right now the rain's up at Davenport. You familiar with that?
Absolutely. That's just south of Disney there.
Okay, Davenport's where you got some light rain making it in there. The heavier rain, though, is back, toward Lakeland, and the really heavy stuff is over toward, just east of Tampa.
Yeah, that's the big stuff, is it? That's all that yellow and red stuff.
The reds,
that's the ugly stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, but last night when I watched the news, they said that the hurricane force winds only went out about 25 miles. They said the tropical storm force winds went out about 80 miles. And I'm not sure what the set is off of the coast or what they're looking off of Tampa. I think Tampa's going to be its closest point before it goes up, and it's going to hit right up in the crook of Florida up there. They call it Cedar Key, and go across into Gainesville and throughout Jacksonville. A Chevy guy might get some of it up there because it's supposed to stay a little bit inland and ride the coast up to Charleston, go out. I think it's going to go out up around Norfolk and all that is where it's going to go out. And it's going to come back in again, I'm pretty sure. But it's a weird storm. You don't see very many that do it. They go up the west coast like that, shoot across, and then go up the east coast. Usually it'll run the east coast of Florida and just run right on up in towards New York and all that, up the east coast. So, going to be an interesting day, Steve. So, y'all have a good one. Thank you, sir. Y'all have a good one.
Undoubtedly, you'll have to give us a full report 24 hours from now, how things unfolded through the day on Wednesday. All right, we're up to top of the hour news break. All right, wide open lines, cleared out lines. It's 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Hurricane Elsa is now making its way up Florida's west coast ahead of an anticipated Wednesday landfall. The storm strengthened late Tuesday into a Category 1 hurricane. A storm surge warning is in effect for Tampa Bay and other coastal areas, as the National Hurricane Center says the storm could push between 3 and 5 feet of storm surge onto shore. The storm is bringing strong winds and rain to much of central Florida, with tornado watches in effect in parts of the state. And officials in Surfside, Florida, say the death toll in the Florida condominium collapse rose to 36 on Tuesday, with 109 people remaining unaccounted for. Miami-Dade County Fire Chief Alan Kaminsky says an aggressive search has continued through the effects of Tropical Storm Elsa, but said the crews were not seeing anything positive. The search and rescue operations have continued for the last 13 days, though crews haven't pulled anyone alive from the rubble since the day after the collapse. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the My Pillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the My Pillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
The Pentagon has responded to reports that looters unlawfully entered the Bagram Air Force Base in Afghanistan. John Clemens reports.
Afghan military officials said they were not informed that U.S. troops vacated the field. Not so, says former Admiral John Kirby, now the Pentagon spokesman.
Afghan leaders, civilian and military, were appropriately coordinated with and briefed about the turnover of Bagram Air Base.
Kirby was questioned about military vehicles left behind.
Some vehicles were left for use by the Afghans. Some were destroyed because they were no longer usable, and some were properly transferred out of the country. Some brought home, some transferred to other places in the region.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
U.S. Central Command says that more than 90% of the withdrawal has been completed so far, with an estimated full completion by the end of August. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
More than 1,500 businesses around the world have been affected by the largest ransomware attack ever recorded, the attack occurring over the July 4th holiday weekend against U.S.-based IT software company Kaseya. Russian hacking gang REvil has taken credit for the hack, demanding $70 million in ransom, and putting more pressure on President Biden to respond to Russia over the attack. Former Defense Intelligence Agency officer Rebecca Koffler says the U.S. needs to respond, and strongly. She tells Fox News that the federal government has been asleep at the wheel when it comes to preventing cyber attacks.
President Biden said that he has directed the intelligence community to do a deep dive. Well, it is very unfortunate that the deep dive is being directed after the attack and not before. So we have been sleeping at the wheel with regard to the Russian threat. So that's number one. So we have to catch up in terms of understanding their mindset and how they intend to use cyber. At this point, we need to re-educate the Russian government in terms of our tolerance for these cyber attacks. We need to act firmly and we need to act swiftly. That doesn't mean we need to react irresponsibly, because cyber is the domain where a conflict can escalate uncontrollably very quickly. But we must respond firmly so that the Russians don't do that again.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, going back to what Philip was just talking about there. Of course, he's in Florida, waiting for the rain. Yeah, they'll get a little bit of wind, I guess, over there toward Orlando. Shouldn't be too bad, though. Yeah, Tampa's going to see the brunt of it. According to our friends at AccuWeather, following the path through the southeast, where it's going to bring heavy rain, damaging wind, tornadoes. Elsa will deliver impacts of varying intensity to parts of the mid-Atlantic and even the Northeast as the week progresses. All right, coming ashore is it'll either be a strong tropical storm or Category 1 minimal hurricane. It begins to lose wind intensity. It'll be considered a tropical depression by Thursday, where it'll be back over the mid-Atlantic before eventually re-emerging over the Atlantic and then kind of skirting the northeast coastal areas. We've got an area of high pressure over the Atlantic and a storm system moving into the northeast that'll kind of steer Elsa on a narrow path close to the coast, they tell us. Now, this intensification could maybe happen early in the day on Friday, before Elsa tracks closer to Nantucket Island, Massachusetts, as the storm begins to pick up forward momentum. Over the open waters of the Atlantic, though, Elsa's going to move into an area more conducive for some additional development. I guess technically right off the east coast, you got the Gulf Stream, right? The Gulf Stream waters. Over the open waters of the Atlantic, it's going to move into an area where we could see it strengthen back into a tropical storm once again. As Elsa tracks nearby, the outer rain bands may bring rain and gusty winds to some of the coastal areas, but the speed of the storm by then should limit the amount of rainfall. 1 or 2 inches, maybe over portions of eastern New Jersey, Long Island, southern Rhode Island, and southern Massachusetts. Could see some higher totals, 2 to 4 inches, with up to maybe 6 inches limited to the Carolinas and the southeastern portions of Virginia and Maryland, where the center of the storm is expected to track. Elsa will also track close enough and have enough strength to bring wind gusts maybe 40 to 60 miles per hour to extreme southeastern Virginia, coastal Maryland, as well as parts of Cape Cod Thursday and Friday. Could see even some gusts approaching 70 miles per hour. And most of the northeast coast should be spared the strongest winds and heavy rain. But undoubtedly, rough surf and rip currents are going to form up and down the mid-Atlantic into the New England shores. Any change in position of this non-tropical storm in the northeast or the area of high pressure over the Atlantic may change the path of the storm. And that would also impact who sees what there in the Northeast. Philadelphia, New York City, Boston, a couple of cities that'll be just outside of the main impacts. However, if the storm were to shift just a bit further west, some of that heavy rain and gusty winds may actually impact some of those cities as well. Then it's on up into Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, the Newfies. We'll pick up several inches of rain, maybe 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts late Friday, even into Saturday, before the storm gradually dissipates as it spins over the Labrador Sea. Pretty rather long-lived system. Be talking about Elsa for days, right? Before all is said and done. Hey, what's going on this morning, Steve? How was your July 4 weekend?
Hey, it was good, Steve. It was long and nice, and it was great, man. Having 3.5 days off.
Good deal.
Needed it. Yeah, it sounds like you had a good 4th.
We did.
A lot of fireworks.
A lot of fireworks, but we didn't burn anybody's house down or blow anybody up. That's the good thing.
We all got 10
I can't
fingers.
believe how much. What did you say you spent? $3,000 on fireworks?
All said and done, I'd say, yeah, we had probably three grand in the mix.
Holy cow, Steve! Man, that's incredible. You guys must have had a lot of big bangers. That's for sure.
It was quite a show.
Yeah, because I know I spend $400 or $500, and you get a crap load of stuff for $400 or $500 in Indiana. So, hey, I know it's a little hot, Steve, but are you still enjoying that NASA jacket?
I haven't had to wear it in recent days. No, but yeah, I was wearing it in the spring. Yeah, and I'll break it out again this fall for sure.
Yeah, so I want to give a shout out to my buddy Dan up there in Illinois.
Yep.
He's the gentleman that sent you that jacket. We work for the same company. He's on vacation next couple of weeks. So if he's listening, I wanted to give him a shout out. He did say he was going to call on the show, Steve. I'm still trying to find it on the podcast, but I don't think he's called in yet. So still waiting on that one. But hey, so we've been talking about this CRT for quite a long time. I was listening to Philip and that other gentleman you had on, that Jeff, about what was it, Tactical Civics, I think his website
Tactical Civics, that's the name of it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to check that out when I go home. I want to see what that's about. But, some of the points he made were really good, I have to say. Getting down to local stuff, local government, local elections. So some of the stuff he did say I agree with. Some I did not. But, I'll check it out. But, that is a key, Steve, is local governments, local school boards, getting involved in these meetings, whether it's city council meetings, board meetings, school board meetings. You see what a lot of these parents are doing at these school board meetings. I mean, we see it every day, what's going on. My daughter-in-law is a teacher in Illinois, and they live in a pretty well-to-do area, good school district. I know it very well. And I keep informing her about what's going on. And is this going on in my granddaughter's school district? No, she says. They're not pushing that. We're not standing for that. So more and more stories are coming out, just like what's going on with the teachers union. She is in the teachers union. And, they're talking about pushing this in all 14,000 districts.
Mm-hmm.
So, I've got to keep harping on her. You got to keep an eye on this. You have to keep an eye on this. So she is, and the parents are, and, she says they're going to stand up against it. There was a guy in Southern Illinois. He's a black gentleman. And I believe he holds 2 master degrees. I think he's a doctor. And he stood up at one of these meetings, Steve, and he just lashed at him. I mean, he just wrote him a new one, and basically told them, do I look oppressed? Do you think a white man's going to hold me down? I have 2 master degrees as a doctor. I made my way, and I made it myself. No white man had to tell me that I could do what I wanted to do, or couldn't tell me what I wanted to do. And I mean, he went on and on and on, Steve. The guy was fantastic, and he's black. So there's more and more African American people standing up for this crap too, not just white people. Because this isn't just about whites. This is about blacks. It's about Asians. It's about Hispanics. And like you said, it's about dividing us. Because that's what it's all about. The American Marxist wants to conquer and divide. That's how they started out, with the indoctrination of our children. And it starts at a very young age. And Philip brought it up too. In Nazi Germany, that's what they did. They brainwashed, the population. In Stalin, Lenin, whatever you want to do, Cuba, same thing. That's what they do. It's about indoctrination. So, this isn't just about, black and white. This is about race and race and race, and everything they talk about is skin color. Steve, everything that CRT talks about and these people that push it, they do not believe in the 1963, 64, 65 civil rights movement of Dr. Martin Luther King, because we all know what his speech was about. What he said was, do not judge a man by the color of his skin, but the content of his character. I believe those were his exact words.
Exactly.
So they do not believe in that. They do not believe in Martin Luther King's dream. That's the bottom line of this. They are trying to teach people how to hate, how to look at skin color, how to give one person more than another because he's black or Hispanic or Asian, which the Asians are I mean, they're pretty well to do in this country. They're some of the richest people in this country, so they can't be oppressed. Like I said the other day, Steve, you want to talk about oppression? That girl that got up on that stage with the Olympic hammer thrower, she wants to see oppression. Go to these other countries. This country is far from being racist. It really is. This is all something they're trying to push. They're trying to teach. They're trying to make our young people believe that we are a hateful, racist nation, and these people deserve reparations. It's just sickening. And with the cops and the military, they're trying to push it everywhere. And now these teachers unions trying to do it. They've been in the back pocket of the Democrats for how long now? Without the teachers unions, Joe Biden would have never got elected. So that's why he's giving them tons of money.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the schools have been closed. They're all an arm of the Democrats, Steve. The teachers unions, the media, big tech. It's all together. They're all trying to do this together. But we're going to stop them, Steve. American Marxism is coming out in 1 week, and you're going to get your copy. And I'll tell you, I would love to deliver it in person, but unfortunately, I got to work, and I don't feel like driving 6 hours up to Cincinnati. So I will express mail it to you. And would you like audio or a regular book, Steve, where you can read it?
Probably a regular book.
Yeah, that's what I ordered too. But I did order an audio copy for the rig here, so when I'm driving down the road, I can listen to it too. Because I like to read and listen to it. That way, I can kind of go over what I read, and hearing it sometimes different. So, but you will be getting your copy, Steve, in 1 week. So look forward to that.
I've never done an audio book. I've never tried it, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of good for listening in the car. Not so much at home, but in the car, because I do like the quiet time sitting at home reading. But yeah, I look forward to that, Steve, and I appreciate you taking my call tonight. And I hope everyone's safe down there in Florida tonight.
Yep.
Take care.
Thanks for checking in. Yeah, I got he sent me the story, speaking of the critical race theory. And I know what he's alluding to from the post-millennial. He says, we've seen parents, and there's no shortage of them. There's hundreds showing up at some of these school board meetings. If you disagree with the proliferation of critical race theory, showing up at the board meetings, proposing a better curriculum, to propose that critical race theory-backed education is divisive and damaging. What it's getting them is the parents are actually getting insulted on national news. Parents are being overruled and yelled at and slandered and discredited. Parents have spoke directly to administrators, headmasters, principals. They're forming advocacy groups, and the educational institution and cultural monoliths are pushing back successfully. That's what the big item, which in the news that brought the topic up there. The National Education Association over the weekend adopted an action to further push for critical race theory in American schools as parents across the country. And it's not just whites, it's people of all races and all ethnic backgrounds speaking out against this curriculum. The nation's largest teachers union, with the backing of Joe Biden, pressing forward divisive educational principles, which really just reduces students to their race, ascribes characteristics to students based on race alone. They want to talk more about that and less about actually educating what they're supposed to be getting in school. Learning how to read, learning how to write, how to do math. There's a school district in Virginia, Loudoun County, that paid $34,000 on educating their staff in critical race theory. Where does that leave anyone who's determined to save their kids from this racist indoctrination? School boards are against parents. Teachers' unions are against parents. The White House is against parents. Even librarians are against parents. How do you propose a better curriculum when everybody who would make these proposals has shut you down? Nobody's listening to the parents. These are not, like I said, not just white parents being dismissed. There are black parents, there are immigrant parents, there are Asian parents, and yes, there are white parents coming together to demand critical race theory not be the driving force behind how their kids are taught in school. I don't know who's setting the agenda. I guess it's the likes of the National Education Association. Hey, we're looking at 23 past the hour. Okay, got wide open lines here. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. sommers.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I got an email from Billy the Kid checking in. So listening to Grump talking about that thug kind of reminded me of an incident that Big Moose and I had. Pilot truck stop in Middletown, Ohio. Yeah, we had stopped there this past winter for coffee. It had this degenerate raising hell with the cashier. Yeah, Big Moose was obviously getting more and more aggravated. Then Moose finally said, "Shut the hell up and get out of here." Without looking back, the thug says, "I'll kick your blank blank ass." Moose then says, "Start kicking." That guy turned around and he was looking Big Moose directly in the belly button. I kind of saw his spirit leave his body. The guy looks up and old Moose is snarling like a rabid dog at this point. Yeah, then the big bad gangbanger says, and I quote, "My apologies, sir." "My apologies, sir." Moose then says, "Pull up your pants and turn your hat around and act like somebody." I swear, I saw it with my own eyes. The guy jerked up his pants, spun his hat around, and apologized to the cashier and walked out of there like a Lutheran minister. Absolutely hilarious. So, yeah, a little smart ass, right? Yeah. And I just, you imagine turning around and I'll kick your blankety blank. Oh, I'm out of here. That's good. All right, news update just ahead. The news break, as we call it, bottom of the hour, at which point I will do a quick phone reset because we've got clear lines. And after the news update, dial us up at 844-844-3388. We're talking about Oakland earlier, 12 hours of sheer chaos in the streets over the 4th of July. I'm looking here, San Francisco. Got a Neiman Marcus store there. That's high dollar, right? Neiman Marcus.
Not sure.
It is.
Okay.
That's top of the line. Okay. Neiman Marcus in San.
Take your word for it.
Looted in broad daylight. It's so high. It's so high end you can't afford to go in.
Okay.
That's why you haven't heard of it.
Okay.
I've never shopped in a Neiman Marcus. They got video that at least 9 vandals smashing display cases, taking handbags, leaving the building before the police could get there. They were seen entering a possible getaway car, their hands full of looted merchandise. No arrest yet. However, according to the Washington Examiner, law enforcement is analyzing videos and speaking with eyewitnesses as they look to identify the culprits. Nobody was hurt. Company spokesman says that the safety and welfare of our associates and customers is our top priority. We're relieved to report no one was harmed. But the Examiner noted that Walgreens has closed 17 of their stores in San Francisco over the last 5 years, skyrocketing theft rates. Executives having to budget 35 times more for security to guard the stores in the area. Target has decided to limit their business hours, saying that for more than a month, we've been experiencing a significant, alarming rise in theft and security incidents at our San Francisco stores. San Francisco has become the proverbial shish kebab hole city. No two ways about it.
It used to not be that way. I remember visiting out there years ago, and it wasn't that way. I couldn't imagine what it is like now.
All right, so I guess I knew somewhere they had done this. The problem they're saying this, if you're stealing, thefts under $950 is considered a misdemeanor. You can go in and take $500 worth of merchandise. It's just, if you get caught, it's just a misdemeanor. Suspected criminals generally get a citation, no jail time, ahead of their court dates. And the cases may also be thrown out should the accused just skip their court date. I mean, that's what you call the lawless society.
I guarantee you they're not stealing work boots either.
There's no fear of repercussion, right? You set the rules where you used to get in trouble for stealing a candy bar. Now you can steal up to $950 worth of merchandise there in California and just get a misdemeanor. So the criminals just don't care. All right, we'll return in a moment to Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Hurricane Elsa is now making its way up Florida's west coast ahead of an anticipated Wednesday landfall. The storm strengthening late Tuesday into a Category 1 hurricane. A storm surge warning is in effect for Tampa Bay and other coastal areas, as the National Hurricane Center says the storm could push between 3 and 5 feet of storm surge onto shore. The storm is bringing strong winds and rain to much of central Florida, with tornado watches in effect in parts of the state. Elsa is expected to make landfall on the North Florida coast by late Wednesday morning. Forecasters say the storm will make its way across Florida and into Georgia by Wednesday night and into the Carolinas on Thursday. And the Republican National Committee was the victim of a cyber attack from hackers associated with the Russian government. In a statement Tuesday, the committee said that a contractor they work with was breached and all access from that company was immediately blocked. The RNC says none of its data was accessed. You're listening to USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, Would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here on a Wednesday hump day. Good to have you with us. Guess we could say, hope your week's off to a good start, but it's already hump day. Coming off the long holiday weekend there. A couple of COVID updates, COVID scenarios here. Talking about mandating vaccines. There's a group of 5 university professors and 1 executive college director that co-authored a paper arguing that more than 500 colleges that have already mandated vaccines are creating a dangerous, unethical situation for students. We feel these mandates are unethical, say the authors, chiefly because they indiscriminately require administering an experimental biological agent in the setting of a clinical investigation to a population that's at a greater risk of harm from the drug than they are from the COVID. Our advice to schools that have not yet adopted a vaccine mandate is don't. Warning that universities with vaccine mandates must include sensible, medically sound policies for getting medical exemptions. They stated that the medical mandates hold 4 crucial problems in their professional and medical or professional opinions. First, none of the schools whose published criteria we've examined include the most elementary medical ground of all, natural immunity from a previous COVID infection. Secondly, the Centers for Disease Control is not a medical institution. Cornell University said in support of their resolve to vaccine immune students that the CDC has recommended that COVID vaccine be offered regardless of a prior infection. Cornell's claim illustrates a second crucial mistake made by many schools, namely relying on the Centers for Disease Control guidelines as if they constitute medical advice applicable in every case, which they do not. The University of Maryland's website provides an illustration of the third crucial mistake, an error that includes but goes beyond the second. The third mistake is not just about following this or that CDC recommendation as if it constitutes some sound medical advice. It's going all in on the mistaken conception that the CDC is some sort of a super doctor. According to the University of Maryland, the college would limit medical exemptions that contradict the Centers for Disease Control. The fourth problem with the vaccine mandate is a catch-22, whereby a student, as they put it, would put yourself in danger, i.e. take the vaccine to find if you're in danger. As in, come down with some adverse reaction, which a hell of a lot of people are. Fourth, and finally, they state several published rubrics include a limitation that the eminently sounds itself off, which, okay, it's an exemption. Exemptions are available where there's a documented allergic reaction or other severe adverse reaction, cardiovascular changes, respiratory distress, those things. Well, you don't know if you're going to have that until after you've got the vaccine. Funny thing is, from the very beginning, they were talking about the younger population. What was a college-age student's risk of dying from COVID? It was way less than 1%. Like 0.06%. All right, now they want to mandate everybody gets the vaccine.
Are you getting yours, Steve?
I haven't, and the more I read, the more I learn. I don't think I'm going to get one.
I'm not planning on it, and my cruising days may be over. I might have to go get my own boat and take it to my own cruises.
Buy your own cruise ship.
There you go.
Yeah, boy. Let's see what's going on with. Hello there, Knucklebuster.
Well, morning again, Mr. Steve Sommers. You said it right off of the bat. There are 5 professors, and the CDC was not a medical thing. That just means a bunch of people that's eggheads and educated beyond their intelligence level there. Right?
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw one of them there. I sent you a leak there about Biden saying that you don't get the vaccine, the government's coming to your door. So, come on, Joe. Come on down there to my house. We'll sit down and talk for a while there. I don't know, man. That man. I sent you a link to that dementia. Well, the dementia test too. There, that's just one of them. There, one of them is: can you count by sevens from 100 to 0? Starting out with 193, and then it gets a little more complicated after that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to start adding it in your head there,
yeah,
right? I had a great 4th of July weekend there. I got to spend it with my daughter, Mama Knucklebuster there. We ate steak, baked potato, and corn on the cob. Man, I was so full, I was about ready to bust. They're, well, you know, it's, I met an egghead at that party. Was not a family member, but they claimed global warming was the truth, see, until I showed them that the current melting of Greenland's ice cap mimics the 1920s through the 1940s. And I thought, well, that ought to prove it to them. But guess what? They still didn't believe me. They called me the liar. So I'll send a link to you. You can read it if you want to. If not, we'll get on down the road there with it there. Well, anyway, I just thought I'd call in again there because I'm trying to catch up with horse feathers since I was off since last Thursday there, and this is my first night back to work. So it's been a great show, interesting facts there, and we'll call you in that long list.
Oh, here you go. This has been kind of like the longest hour in radio. That's what we used to call that, 3 to 4 a.m., the longest hour in radio. Oh, boy. I share some of this stuff from Dr. Mercola. And this guy, this is a different doctor that's going through the pros and the cons of the vaccine and how they're not really being forthcoming about how many people are having the adverse reactions. And some people getting really damn deathly sick. I don't know if I mentioned, but my wife went and had her hair done last week. And her hairdresser was telling her that her father had received the first vaccination when he got the second shot several weeks later. Second jab, he instantly had a heart attack. I mean, within minutes of taking the vaccine, heart attack. Yeah, hospitalized, ICU, damn near died. There's no doubt it's from the vaccine. Let's see. This is a Dr. Malone. The message that Malone delivered is that the government is not being transparent about the risks, that no one should be forced to take these experimental injections, that the risks outweigh the benefits in children, teens, and young adults, and that those who have recovered from having the infection should not get the injection. Interview with Tucker Carlson of Fox News. The doctor says, I'm of the opinion that people have the right to decide whether to accept vaccines or not, especially since these are experimental vaccines. My concern is I know there are risks, but we don't have access to the data. We don't really have the information we need to make a reasonable decision. A significant part of why we don't have adequate data is because the Food and Drug Administration purposely decided not to require stringent post-vaccination data collection and evaluation. Why did the FDA opt for lax data capture on a brand new, never-before-used technology that was slated for mass distribution? Clearly, without post-injection data capture, there's no way to evaluate the safety of these products. You cannot identify danger signals if you don't have a process for capturing effects data and then evaluate it all. Now they go more into the risk-benefit analysis of the shot, the spike protein, what that's all about. We know that's, I don't know. Like I said, the more I see, the more I read, the more I don't have any confidence. I don't know, should I say in the medical community? We just don't know what the ramifications are going to be in 12 months, in 24 months, and let alone 5-6 years down the line. But with that, what are we looking at? About 9 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. A quick timeout. We come back. Fly Rod's going to be checking in. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I know I had the numbers in here somewhere. I had to dig it up. I thought it was in that previous story, but I did find it. I had it from a couple of days ago. Which states, if there were any reasonable safety standard in place, the COVID campaign, the injection campaign, would have been halted in early January. The reported rate of death from COVID-19 shots now exceeds the reported death rate of more than 70 different vaccines combined over the last 30 years. All the vaccines that have been getting, all the death. It's about 500 times deadlier than the seasonal flu vaccine, which historically has been the most hazardous. COVID shots are 5 times more dangerous than the pandemic H1N1 vaccine, which had a 25 per million severe side effect rate. June 24, 21, peer-reviewed article in the medical journal Vaccines entitled "The Safety of COVID-19 Vaccination, We Should Rethink the Policy." An international team of scientists warns that we're killing nearly as many people with the shots as would die from COVID itself. The numbers. To compare the risks and the benefits, they calculated the number needed to vaccinate. That's shortened to NNTV, the number needed to vaccinate to prevent 1 COVID death. The data came from a large Israeli field study and 2 adverse drug reactions databases. One was with the European Medicines Agency, one with the Dutch National Register. To prevent 1 case of COVID-19 using the mRNA shot by Pfizer, the NNTV, the number needed to vaccinate, is between 2 and 700. The number needed to vaccinate to prevent 1 death is between 9,000 and 50,000, with 16,000 being the point estimate. I know this sounds a little confusing, but meanwhile, the number of people reporting adverse reactions from the shots is 700 per 100,000 vaccinations. For serious side effects, there are 16 per 100,000. The number of fatal side effects is 4.1 per 100,000 vaccinations. The final calculation suggests for every 3 COVID deaths prevented, 2 die from the shot. You're nearly equal. That lack of clear benefit should cause governments to rethink their vaccination policy. That was the conclusion of the authors. Understand that doesn't even factor in the anticipated greater death toll from the jab that will be coming our way this fall as a result of a paradoxical immune enhancement. This doctor says the numbers are probably going to escalate to shocking ratios as the deaths start to increase in the fall. Like I said, it sounds a little confusing, but with the hundreds of thousands of shots that need to be administered, remember that the overwhelming majority of people that came down who have had COVID, many didn't even know they had it, showed no symptoms. Many of them, a large majority recovered. Now, what was the death rate? I don't even think it wasn't 4%, was it?
No, it was less than 0.5%.
It was like less than 2 or something, less than 2%, of people infected that actually died from it. So 4.1 deaths per 100,000 vaccinations. So you save 3 lives.
And you killed 2.
And you killed 2. Vaccine killed 2. That's UK.
I'm running to Walgreens to get my shot right now.
Morning, Fly Rod.
Well, good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, what a pleasure it is to speak to you. Greetings and salutations. And I see Mr. Scott's there, Demon, who's been very quiet, I might add. He usually has a lot to say. What's up, Scott?
Another day in paradise. I just
I
sit back and take notes. Yeah, I'll use them later on. Yeah.
Okay, well, you get your pen and paper out because you're going to have to do some speed riding this morning, Sonny. By the way, are you riding for the brand, or are you a member of the Snake's Nest, the Big Goose's Nest?
I'm not taking sides.
Well, that's a smart move. That's a very smooth move.
I'm not sitting on the fence and I'll get splinters.
Oh, you're not? Okay. All right. Steve, what has happened in this country, what has happened to us is none other short than a travesty. Steve, you know that I'm a legitimate business owner who has created an enterprise that has been thriving and contriving for months now, generating millions of dollars of revenue.
Did you say conniving?
Yeah.
And all we have. No, I said contriving.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I must have misunderstood you.
I think you did.
I've got to get the full. I've got to get the full update on the short shank redemption. I need to know more about that. But I looked at the clock. We got to get our top of the hour news update here. So, hold that thought, Fly Rod. Get your story straight here. The short shank redemption. It sounds plausible. First of all, final hour just ahead, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Hurricane Elsa is now making its way up Florida's west coast ahead of an anticipated Wednesday landfall. The storm strengthening late Tuesday into a Category 1 hurricane. A storm surge warning is in effect for Tampa Bay and other coastal areas, as the National Hurricane Center says the storm could push between 3 and 5 feet of storm surge onto shore. The storm is bringing strong winds and rain to much of central Florida, with tornado watches in effect in parts of the state. Elsa is expected to make landfall on the North Florida coast by late Wednesday morning. Forecasters say the storm will make its way across Florida and into Georgia by Wednesday night and into the Carolinas on Thursday. And the Republican National Committee was the victim of a cyber attack from hackers associated with the Russian government. In a statement Tuesday, the committee said that a contractor they work with was breached and all access from that company was immediately blocked. The RNC says none of its data was accessed. You're listening to USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
The fight over an infrastructure spending bill is expected to continue when lawmakers return to Washington. A bipartisan framework was agreed to last month, although there remains many questions over whether a larger bill supported by Democrats will be pushed through reconciliation. That's something that Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell vows to fight. At an event Tuesday in Kentucky, he said the two parties may be further apart on this issue than at any time in the past.
This is going to be a hell of a fight over what this country ought to look like in the future. And it's all going to unfold here in the next few weeks. I don't think we've had a bigger difference of opinion between the two parties over the best thing to do for America than we have right now. These are really, really different.
The bipartisan group of senators and the White House are working to build support for their $1.2 trillion deal. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Parents are reacting to the support for critical race theory from teachers' unions. Tim Berg has more.
The National Education Association pledged to teach critical race theory in all 50 states and across more than 14,000 school districts where the union operates. In addition, the nation's largest teachers union says they will dedicate a team of staffers to provide guidance on how to fight back against anti-CRT rhetoric. Cheryl Wonderchain is a parent in Northern Virginia. She tells Fox News it's no surprise that unions are in favor of teaching CRT.
These unions have really showed us their true colors over the past year with, bullying the CDC into putting out guidance to keep the schools shuttered. Mm-hmm. And I had an opportunity to look at some of the agenda for the NEA meeting that just wrapped up. And, there was nothing on there about increasing literacy or remediation for all the learning loss over the past year.
Mm-hmm. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Brooklyn Borough President Eric Adams has won the Democratic primary in the race for mayor of New York City. Adams defeating a large field of candidates in the first major race in New York to use a ranked choice voting system. The primary ended on June 22nd, but the Board of Elections experienced issues in running the multiple tallies needed under the ranked choice system, including erroneously counting 135,000 test ballots. Adams will face Republican Curtis Sliwa in the general election. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There we go. Take care of business, as they say. Get a final hour underway.
We're not going to do 6 hours tonight?
No 6 hours. Five's a long night there. All right. Okay, let me get back up here.
It's 5 o'clock
Get him
somewhere.
back in the mix. All right. Yeah, so...
Am I back on the air?
What is this deal about a film, the Shawshank Redemption?
Steve, I noticed you were cackling and just grinning ear to ear when you heard the name of that title. How ironic! Being, I'm pretty convinced that you're the head of the snake. Propagating and promulgating and postulating. I'm just bothered if you, sir, are the head of the snake. There ain't no movie in production other than one that old Big Goose is putting together with his little buddy Gilligan down there in the Bahamas called Heat of the Night. I can't imagine how filthy and disgusting that's going to be. What full of sin and disdain that'll be. But Scott, I want you to start taking notes. So get your little pen and paper out there. Now, here's what happened. So we're just cruising up the highway at record speed. And lo and behold, we get the blue light special. So I'm positive someone dropped the gun on us. Before we got crossed the Brent Spitz Bridge, someone dropped the nail on us. And none other than David Pappy Paul, Lieutenant Pappy, from over there in the county mountie of Hamilton, Ohio. Lieutenant Pappy, you, sir, have just put a big bullseye on the back of your shoulder blade, sir.
I
You,
think he's
sir,
a
are
sergeant,
nothing more
actually.
than a stinking, filthy, two-bit hustling pig farmer, just like that stinking two-bit horse-diving goat fart sniffer Big Moose is. There will be redemption for this. So maybe you and I want every one of these people who have doubted us, who have called us names, who have thrown us under the bus, I want every one of them right now to get on Facebook and issue me and Heatwave an apology. Or you can get on this radio station and do it that way as well. But everyone owes us an apology. We did not get a chance, and there's a reason why the Big Goose put the fix on us, because he didn't want to face up to the ass whooping he was about to receive.
My good friend Fly Rod crawled to freedom through 500 yards of smelling foulness I can't even imagine, and came out clean on the other side. The only thing they ever found of him was a muddy set of prison clothes and an old rock hammer damn near worn down to the nub. I remember thinking it would take a man about 600 years to tunnel through the wall with one of those things. Old Fly Rod did it in less than 2 days. Get busy living, get busy dying. Thank you very kindly.
Well, but isn't the big stinking two-bit hustling goose again? Why aren't you laying on your...
Hey, don't call me...
Does your mommy know
Don't
you're
call me a
out right
two-bit
on
hustler.
night?
Yeah, you better ask your mommy where I've been at night. She'd be the one to tell you. Making up some story about some guy in a cowboy outfit and some weirdo in a Barney costume doing 160 mile an hour in some Camaro through Kentucky. You ought to know better than that. Didn't you ever heard the Kenny Price song, The Sheriff of Boone County? They don't mess around down there. You know, that's why I said this is all a big fix so y'all can make that movie for your F&H Enterprises.
You know what? You need to just sit down and take a note there, too, there, Big Goose. Why don't you go back and lay a little egg again? You two-bit hustling pig farmer.
Yeah, well, that's awful bold talk.
What you've done. You've got the money. Yeah, we know. We know you're a successful businessman. Yada, yada, yada. You got so many people deep in your pockets, it ain't funny.
Well, I tell you what would have been a lot funnier if you guys would have showed up down there. If you guys would have showed up down there at the Sommers Ranch, one of you would have been wearing the other one like a suppository. The only thing that saved your bacon was that speeding ticket.
Daddy would have had to pick you up off the sidewalk. There's a reason you didn't get to cross that river, because you had it all set up, because you know you ain't nothing bigger than a popcorn fart. 5'7", 148 pounds of jelly is what you are. You couldn't fart your way out of a wet paper sack, pal.
Well, I got to figure that. You had about 140 pounds of mouth and about 10 pounds of ass.
Big Goose, there's going to be a hefty price to pay for this one. A hefty price.
Well,
so
hey,
you just get yourself ready.
Everybody knows where I'm at. Everybody knows where I'm at. It's not hard to spot me, you know. So anytime, you know, you keep blowing off about it. But, you know, I just can't wait for F&H's Enterprises new direct-to-DVD release of The Short Shank Redemption. Somebody says it's going to be right up there with Marlon Brando's Last Tango in Paris.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah. Right. Well, how about your little movie production, Last Midnight Train to Paris with you and Gilligan? And how about old Betty Brown Spot Boop, or whatever her name is, and of course that stinking horse farmer Pony Feathers? You know, the whole damn lot of you ought to be thrown into prison forever, down the Keyway.
Well, you claimed to be big enough man to do the job, but you didn't show up. So.
I was big enough, but I got stopped before I got to cross the river to get across there to whoop your ass. But I'll tell you what, I ain't stopping. I'm going to whoop your ass, and it's coming.
Hey, I'm telling you, if that old Cuermero was that fast, you could outrun Buford T. Justice and his hot rod Lincoln there. All you'd have to do was show up, but no. It's a big old scam, so just keep rattling.
You just get yourself ready, Sunshine. You and all your other holy roller followers that's riding for the brand and taking your cash, you're all going down.
Hey, just remember one thing. Bring some earplugs, because as my legion of loyal followers start singing How Great Thou Art, when I put the pop knot on top of your head big enough to hitch a bass boat to, I want that to be the last thing you remember hearing before you lose consciousness.
Oh, my. Are you driving truck again tonight, Moose?
Oh, yeah, they no doubt. Old Tater, he's still out of commission. I told him, I said, don't milk this. I need you back to work Monday because I got more important things to do. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure. More important things to do, like what? Sit around the house?
Oh, no, I bought me another project this past weekend, and I'm looking forward to diving into it.
Oh, boy. Now what are we getting into?
Well, kind of a long story, but I found a couple of more old vintage Cadillacs, and they've been sitting in a barn since about 1984, and I'm going to get Billy the Kid come up here Saturday with that drop deck. We're going to go over there and get both of them at the same time.
Ah.
Found a 35 model LaSalle and a 37 model LaSalle Business Coupe, or Opera Coupe, rather.
Mm-hmm. Now, what kind of shape are they? What kind of shape are they in compared to that old Cadillac you just refurbished?
Oh, these are in a lot better shape. Man, these things here are in pretty good shape. I'll text you some pictures of them here directly. I get stopped up here. I'll take you the pictures. I'll send you the pictures that I took while I was in the barn there with them.
All right, we'll do that.
I'll sure do it. Well, in the meantime, y'all keep it twixt the spotted and the solid, sunny side up, and all that jazz. And don't be listening to them weirdos in costumes that supposedly, are jailed in northern Kentucky. But we'll be 10-10 till we do it again. Come on.
All righty. Thanks for checking in, Big Moose. The Short Shank Redemption. And it is 17 past the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than at Exergy. You'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hey, got us a Wednesday, a.k.a. Hump Day. How about that? Good to have you with us. Good morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Nothing much. I just took me a nap. I just woke up. I wanted to try to call in before the show went on. I got some more news about what's going on in Chicago. I don't know if you did an update on it earlier, but the update for the official numbers for the holiday period was over 100 people. I didn't realize that it went all the way through Monday. They considered Monday a holiday too. I thought the numbers stopped on Monday morning, but the numbers went all the way until Tuesday morning. So they calculated over 100 people were shot in that period, Steve.
Unbelievable, huh?
Yeah, over 100 people were shot in that, and I think they said about 20 people died. Yeah, but here's something else that I didn't even know about, Steve. That's even more disgusting. A lot of people think it's just Chicago, that's out of control. But I don't know if you know it or not. But they said over 400 people were shot in the United States over the holiday period. In all the states, over 400 people were shot. So we definitely have a problem in the U.S. It's not just Chicago; it's all over the United States. Even in Cincinnati, where you stay at, you said that they had a shooting happen in Texas, where I live at. They had a shooting go down in Fort Worth, Texas, I think it was. So so I don't want people to think that I'm picking on Chicago. Basically, the whole United States of America is out of control, to be honest with you. But I don't know if you covered this story, Steve. Another situation in Chicago. Believe it or not, it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe when you say 100 people got shot that the situation could have got worse than that. Do you realize that they said that luckily a hotel worker went into a hotel room? They had a guy that had a gun set up at a window in a hotel in Chicago facing a large crowd of people. And the lady that was cleaning the room, the idiot, he was dumb enough to open the door and let her clean his room. And she noticed that the gun was sitting by the window with a scope on it. And she called the police and then went to the room and arrested this guy.
Wow.
Now, how many people could that guy have killed? Maybe you can look that story up after I hang up with you. But like I said, they arrested this man and took him to jail. They said that he was planning on having one of those shootings, with 30, 40, 50, 60 people get gunned down.
Yeah.
So luckily this hotel lady got into that room and stopped him from doing what he was doing. So like I say, Steve, the Democrats, and, they already back on this deal again about the gun is the problem. We already been over this. The problem is the people. We have a lot of people in the U.S. with mental issues, and they shouldn't be on the street. They shut down all the mental institutions back in the 80s and 90s and 2000s for money problems, and now it's coming back to bite them in the ass. Because you got a lot of people that's on the street right now, Steve, that have no business, let alone being on the street. They ain't got no business having no gun and no firearm in their hand. But so we got two problems now. We got people that shouldn't be on the street to begin with, and then you're allowing this guy to have a gun. So we got a real bad problem in the United States, and Mr. Joe Biden, he better figure out a way to open these facilities back up again and get these people off the street, get them behind bars. The police chief in Chicago, I listened to him today. He's trying to pass the buck down again, and it might be true. He's saying that when they arrest this guy, and you heard the same story over and over in other cities, you arrest the guy and he's back out on the street the next morning. Now that makes no sense to arrest somebody and then release him the next morning. And that's what this police officer said in Chicago. The police chief is one of the main problems that they're rearresting these people over and over and over again. They need to, when you arrest one of these individuals for breaking a crime, he needs to go to jail. He needs to stay in jail. As simple as that. It makes no sense to just to do some paperwork on a guy and put it on his record and then release him the next morning. And then he's back out on the street causing problems again. So if that's what they're doing in Chicago, they better stop doing it and get these people in jail where they belong. Because, like I said, every holiday, every other weekend, they're gonna be racking up people's dead bodies like it's no tomorrow. And only man that's really happy about this situation right now in Chicago and the United States is the coroner, the medical team. Those people making plenty of money right now, Steve, preparing all these dead bodies So that's one man that's real happy with the situation right now is the coroner and the medical examiner, because I promise you they got plenty of work. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Yeah, it is out of control, and in many cases, especially the mass shooting situations, that's where you come up with people that need to be in some sort of a mental facility. And yeah, we pretty much shut all that stuff down. They keep talking about we need to address it. We need to reopen more of these facilities to get people some mental help. Let me see. A couple of minutes before we hit bottom of the hour news update. And, well, there's old Spaceman checking in. Hadn't heard from you in a while, Spaceman. He said, your information was incorrect. The United States has the most intensive monitoring system of the vaccine they ever had. The vaccine adverse effect system. I'm very familiar with that, Spaceman. And that system is what is actually laughable. He said, your information that nearly as many people die from the vaccine, it's incorrect and laughable. If that math was true, nearly 600,000 people would have died from the vaccine. You're not listening. You didn't hear what I said. Let me try to see if I can pull it back up and get you to understand this. I didn't, in no form or fashion did I say nearly as many people have died from the vaccine as have died from the COVID. What I did say, Spaceman, pay attention now. Where we are at today, for every life that is saved, actually it's for every 3 lives that are saved today by issuing the vaccine, 2 people are dying from the vaccine itself. There's a big difference there. I broke it all down in clear numbers. To prevent 1 case of COVID using the Pfizer shot, you have to have between 200 and 700 people get the shot. To prevent 1 death, it's between 9 and 50,000 people that have to get the shot. 16,000 is what they're using as a point estimate. The number of people that are reporting adverse reactions from the shots is 700 for every 100,000 that get the shot. Serious side effects, 16 for every 100,000 people who get a shot. There are 4 people dying per 100,000 people getting the shot. You put the numbers to the final calculation. Every 3 COVID deaths prevented today, 2 die from the shot itself. Do you understand that? It's pretty simple to understand. All right, with that, we got to get our news break in here. We'll be back with more. It's 844-3388. Oh, and by the way, that VAERS system, that's a joke, Spaceman. Come on, be real. It is a voluntary system. If I took the shot and I had an adverse reaction, they don't know about it unless I dial up or submit it via the internet. I have to personally get in contact with that system to submit my reaction. I guarantee you there's millions of people, Spaceman, that have no idea that that system even exists, first of all, and depending on what their adverse reaction is, statistically, we know whatever numbers they've got, it's only about 10% of the actual adverse reactions that occur. Numerous cases where people have gotten seriously ill, you go back to their doctor. Did you submit that to the VAERS system? The doctor hasn't submitted it to the VAERS. They've got more busier things to do than sit around submitting things to the VAERS system. It's a voluntary system, but it's all about making you feel good, like everything's on the up and up. Yeah, just keep buying it. You got your free will. And we'll return in a moment to Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
New data from the CDC shows that the Delta variant of the coronavirus is now the dominant strain in the United States. Delta now accounts for more than 51% of new infections in the country, with some areas in the Midwest harder hit, seeing up to 80% of new infections attributable to Delta. President Biden says the fast spread of the strain will hopefully be a motivator for people to get vaccinated.
It seems to me it should cause everybody to think twice. And it should cause reconsideration, especially young people who may have thought that they didn't have to be vaccinated, didn't have to worry about it, and didn't have to do anything about it up to now. But the good news is that our vaccinations are highly effective. Fully vaccinated Americans have a high degree of protection, including against this Delta variant.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, back at it for our final segment here on a Wednesday. Okay, so let me see here. Got an email. Spaceman's, he's deadly serious about this vaccine stuff. You know, last time Spaceman called was when he suggested that if you don't get the vaccine, shouldn't, I don't want to misspeak. So, you know, something about it, you shouldn't be able to be treated or whatever at the hospital and racking up bills for somebody else to pay. He said, I know a guy called, is it Puppy near New Orleans? Cool redneck biker, always in overalls, into his guns and his pistols, could win a quick draw contest, had a shop full of panheads and Indian motorcycles. He thought the vaccine was a hoax. He didn't wear a mask or social distance. Very religious guy, always said a prayer before meals. Went to the VA a couple of months ago and was diagnosed with COVID 5 days later. His wife follows the same conspiracy theories that you do. She thinks the VA gave him the COVID with the test. It's strange how someone can think the COVID is a hoax, but at the same time think the government's trying to kill people with it on purpose. Eliminate population with COVID tests and vaccines. People do what you say and do buy your products that you say to buy. Like I said before, a lot of your audience is in poor health, prime candidates to die from COVID. They'll refuse the vaccine based on your information, get COVID and die. I don't believe anyone should be forced to take the vaccination, but if you're over 50, it's a smart choice. I've never told anyone not to take the vaccination. I've never said that. I've always said, if you want it, get it. If you think it's a good choice, if you have underlying health issues, go ahead and get it. As I know many people who have. Some of my neighbors have had it. I just haven't got it. I'm going on the scientific information that I know and that I've researched, Spaceman. You're taking things. I don't trust the CDC one iota.
You don't trust Dr. Fauci?
I do not trust Dr. Fauci. He's a liar. He's an outright liar. He's lied from the very beginning about this thing. Now, if Here's what I do know. If I get the COVID, and I'll tell anyone in the audience, if you haven't been vaccinated and you do get diagnosed with it, immediately asked to be placed on ivermectin. It is a proven effective drug that's been around for many, many years, and the research shows an 80% decrease in COVID death if you're treated with the ivermectin. I would go for the hydroxychloroquine, or maybe a combination thereof, the hydroxychloroquine. So if I come down with it, I never said the COVID doesn't exist. I know it's a real thing. I know it impacts every individual in a different way. Some people die from it. 500,000 or 600,000, whatever they're trying to tell me, died from it. Didn't. You know damn good and well those numbers are highly exaggerated.
What was the one stat you shared at the time, Steve, when it was around 500,000, that only 7% of that 500,000 didn't have
Underlying conditions of some sort, yeah. And of course, nobody died from the flu last season. Yeah, the flu disappeared about a month after the COVID came on the scene.
Right.
Yeah, how did that happen? Yeah, a lot of those people that died of COVID actually probably died of the damn standard flu. I full-heartedly believe that. Yes, many people have died from the COVID, but the mortality rate, it's not a whole hell of a lot higher than the flu.
And how can they pinpoint a coronavirus, which is, we know there's 6 or 7 different variants of the coronavirus prior to these variants now, the Delta and everything. They had the coronavirus has been around forever. It's a cold virus. How can they make a vaccine for this one when they keep kind of changing the flu vaccination every year to get this strain and this strain and this strain?
Well, that's, and the COVID is changing also.
Absolutely.
You've got the Delta variant. You're going to have another variant. You're going to have another variant. They've been telling us the COVID's going to be around probably forever. It's not going to go away. Now, I did go on to say, I understand what you read. The vaccine is ending COVID in this country. It's your right to not be a part of the solution and take your chances with COVID. But I think it's wrong to influence a bunch of people over the age of 50 with high blood pressure, diabetes, and heart issues not to take the vaccine based on kooky right-wing propaganda and fear-mongering. And that's not what that is, Spaceman. I am not spouting right-wing propaganda and fear-mongering. I am sharing the scientific facts, although you may not agree with it. You're entitled to feel like Dr. Fauci's the smartest man in the world. You did send me something akin to that at one point in time. Dr. Fauci's a god. Dr. Fauci is a lying son of a bitch.
Dr. Fauci is behind the gain of function research that was going on in the Wuhan lab.
He's been pushing this mRNA stuff for years. It's never been used for anything else. They do not know, Spaceman. You do not know what you may end up reacting from that vaccine in 3 years or 5 years or 10 years. There are reports of issues of sterilization in men, erectile dysfunction, miscarriage in women. These are the scientific facts. Yeah, I hate that you get bent out of shape that I share the truth, but I'm not telling anybody from age 1 to 100, don't get the vaccine. I do share with them the truth of how many people are dying from the vaccine, how many people are having adverse reactions. Do you want to take the vaccine, or would you rather run the Would you rather take your chance at coming down with COVID and being treated for it? It's my choice. And right now, my choice is I'll take the risk of coming down with it and being treated for it. And if I die of it, I die of it. I don't think my odds are a whole lot greater than that of having an adverse reaction to the vaccine. That's my personal opinion on that one. What do you say? Puppy was against the vaccine. My email should have said he died after 5 days in the VA. More than likely, he would still be alive had he got the shot. Distinct possibility. But you know what? He made a choice, didn't he? He made a choice to not get the vaccine. That was his choice. All right, who's up next here? We don't have a whole lot of time left. I'm not sure who's on the line.
It's Colton.
Hello, Colton. What are you?
I'm basically in my dad's semi right now. He's not in the seat. He's going to check in at his work right now.
Okay. So what are you doing up at this time of the morning?
We got here a couple minutes ago, basically, because his work basically had him work one day over when he was supposed to come back, basically. So we basically don't have our beds even made.
Oh, boy.
In the semi.
Oh, okay.
And I was just waiting for you to basically answer my call, because I thought by the time you answered, the show would be done.
Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of time left. Well, how was your 4th of July weekend? How was your Independence Day? Colton, did you have fun?
Yes, I did. I got to go camping.
Again? Wow.
Mm-hmm. At Sterling State Park.
You allowed to do fireworks at the campgrounds there or no?
Actually, I just know one of the dealerships were sponsoring it. So that's why we were able to watch them from the campground.
So they did a big show for you there.
Basically, a lot of people were breaking the rules. No sparklers, because I know one of the rules was no sparklers. Every time I would go around on my bike, basically, another thing is someone rear-ended my bike and I got into an injury.
Are you okay now?
Yep, I had stitches. I have to go back in a couple days.
Oh, you had to get stitches. That ain't no fun. Well, have fun with Dad out there on the road today.
I will.
All right. Thanks for checking in. Be safe, all right?
All right.
Okay. Cute kid. Gotta love Colton. I got an email from Hobo Jack. Hey, thanks for telling us about the vaccine adverse reaction system. First time I've ever heard of it. See, that's what I'm saying. I guarantee you, most people have no idea the thing even exists. And if you don't know it exists, and if you have an adverse reaction, you're not reporting it. Yeah, you're calling your doctor, asking what to do. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Got a little red face there, didn't you, Mr. Steve Sommers? What are you doing up this hour of the morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what's that. Well, we'll forgive you. I know Colton will. He probably, that SOB word, he probably done heard that before anyway. So, that erectile dysfunction, I have a one cure for that, and that's Elizabeth Hurley, right?
Yeah, that'll fix it.
Yeah, I sure will there. Well, it's almost quitting time there, so shoot, man, we'll get on to the house and get cuddled up with Mama Knucklebuster and get that big hooter in that right hand, and we'll sleep all day there. So y'all have a great morning. I hope I caught up a little bit with horse feathers there. So by calling in at least 3 times tonight, but I don't know, maybe I ain't really all that worried about it anyway there. So, all right, y'all have a great morning.
I don't know if you'll ever catch up with Horse Feathers, because for every call you make, he makes another. All righty here. What do we got here? Yeah, Chevy guy, what's going on?
Spaceman, you just made yourself a classification of nothing more than a Democrat troll. Yeah, we can listen to one side of the story and get the government feed, but we don't hear the other side of the story. Things that never made any sense. I think I had COVID long before we even heard of it. To this day, I can't smell much. I can't taste much. Matter of fact, I could run over a skunk. It reminds me of brewed coffee. So, yeah, my wife and I both had it. You go to the VA, they don't force it on you, and they say, oh, it's your choice. And they'll tell you that there's no expert on it. There's no one that can sit there and tell you exactly what good or bad to do. And obviously tonight, if you're probably too chicken to listen. You actually heard Steve tell you about the other side of the story. A man getting a shot and having a heart attack after the second shot. That's a death. So that's one death compared to your other death. People are dying with this stuff. And healthy people are dying with this stuff. Not just sick people. And quit attacking my fellow drivers, man. I'm going to have to send Moose up there to New York and have him take care of you. He's one of them sickos you keep talking about. And good Lord, I mean, give me a break. This is a fact. Anybody that claims they're an expert over COVID is just declaring themselves a total fool. Because nobody knows where this is going. This experimental drug, 10 years from now, Zantac, they take it off the shelf and it's got people screwed up. Zantac, 10 years of testing, gets on the shelf and it's gone. Spaceman, what's going to happen in a couple of years when you got all these people? I mean, don't give it to a pregnant woman, but now they're talking about giving it to grade schoolers.
Yeah, kids.
Give me a break.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to stand down and I'm just saying, Merry freaking Christmas.
Yeah, well, and another, for those who do have adverse reactions, and again, it's very underreported. I was watching the interview of a woman whose daughter, can't remember her age, but she was pretty young, teenager, who had taken the vaccine, is now in a wheelchair, can't walk, and a bunch of other things, neurological issues. And she said she's heard nothing from the CDC. She's heard nothing like from the FDA. She's heard nothing from the vaccine manufacturer. Like, is there anything we can do for you? It is experimental or emergency use authorization. You have nothing to fall back on if you do have any sort of adverse reaction. You ain't going to get nothing out of them. They ain't going to pay your bills. They're not going to cover until it's fully authorized. And, they're pushing to rush the full authorization just because they think, well, if we say it's fully authorized, more people will get it. And that's wrong. That's morally wrong if they were to do that.
Well, Biden's just come knocking on your door and give you yours.
A door-to-door vaccination campaign. I don't know. How do they know which doors to knock on? How do they who's had it and who's not? It'd probably be maybe our final caller. Who we got on the line?
Billy Bob. I had some reverse reactions on that. Them shots, my wife and I both took to Moderna. The first time we took it, I started feeling bad. I got a lot of underlying conditions. I started feeling bad. Well, the second shot, her and I both put us in the bed that whole weekend. We were sick. Well, that first shot, up to about 6-7 weeks there, I had trouble breathing. It felt like I had a 10-pound hammer on my chest, and I couldn't breathe. I went through all kind of tests and everything through the doctor, and nobody yet said I had a reverse reaction from the shot. So I continue on, going to the doctors, heart caths, just you name it, I went through it. Well, a period of time, it started fading away, but I'm sure that's what gave me the trouble I was having. Well, I tell you, I couldn't breathe. It was so bad that I couldn't even walk outside and walk back in the house without just gasping for air. But I wanted to close that out with that person that was nagging you about telling people not to take it. I took it. I regret it, but I got it. It's over with. It's behind me, and life goes on.
Hey, thanks for checking in this morning.
Hello?
Yep. And hey, one other thing. Did you report your reaction to the VAERS system?
I didn't know nothing about it. I reported it to my doctor. I told my doctor, that ever since I had the shot, what was going on. I said, when I got the second shot, I said, it's knocked me down. I said, I've had nothing but breathing problems. And my chest, like I said, it felt like there was a 20-pound gorilla sitting on my chest. I couldn't breathe. My heart was racing. And I couldn't even get out of the truck and go back there and let my landing gears down, do an inspection on my truck without propping up against the trailer gasping for air. That's how bad it got. Then it faded away. It took it about 2.5 months, but it faded away. But there's 1 or 2 times we thought I was going to go to the hospital because I couldn't breathe. But to answer your question, no, I didn't know nothing about that.
Okay. I ask because it's helping to prove my point that there are many people. Again, according to the statistics, the VAERS system, they know only about 10% of actual reactions get reported to because it's a self-reporting system. If you don't let them know, they don't know. All right, we'll close it out there. All right. Good to have you hang out with us there, Scotty.
Had a good time. Enjoyed it, man.
Hope you had fun. Like I said, you didn't have a whole lot to say, but it's just hanging out in the hotshot secret bunker. And what do you think about a little display up here? People probably think, my brother said, has he got a liquor bar? Has he got a bar in there or something? I said, no, that's Hotshot Secret products. That's all different products on display there in front of us. And we'll tell you more about that on another night. But meanwhile, have a great Wednesday, Hump Date. Appreciate you joining us here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.